Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. It's 6:30 p.m. This is a regular meeting of the Governing Board of the Catalina Foothills School District. And on behalf of my fellow board members and administrators, I want to welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. Members of the public are here attending both in person and remotely through YouTube Live. I gotta grab that. Okay. In a few minutes, I'm going to read the rules of order for public comment at governing board meetings. If you wish to make a comment remotely, you should have signed up using the Google form that's available under the YouTube Live description. If you don't see the link to the Google form, then please refresh your YouTube live stream. If you are attending in person and you wish to address the governing board, please fill out this purple sheet that was on the table when you came in. I have received a number of forms already, but if there's anybody else who wishes to speak this evening, please fill out the form and hand it to our board secretary, Ms. Sams. I would ask everyone to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Governing Board welcomes public comment at its meetings by providing two opportunities for the public to address the board. If your topic of interest is not on the agenda, you may address the board during the public comments time slot near the beginning of the meeting. If the topic is on the agenda this evening, then you may speak just prior to the discussion of that agenda topic. In the event there's a public hearing, then the opportunity to speak will be reopened. If you're joining remotely and wish to make a public comment, you should have already submitted the Google form. And for those attending in person, again, there's that purple sheet that I referenced earlier. Speakers will be called upon when it is your turn to address the board. And for those attending remotely, you may choose to enable your camera when you speak. We remind remote attendees who wish to speak to please unmute your microphone when you're called upon. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The sound of a buzzer indicates the end of your 3 minutes. In the event of a large number of speakers, the board may need to limit the time so that we can conduct the business on the agenda. By law, the board cannot discuss, consider, or vote on topics that are not on the agenda. This assures our community that everyone is aware of the topics that will be discussed this evening. If you wish to discuss a topic through written communication, board members' contact information can be found on the district website. We appreciate the community's attendance and comments at this meeting. Thank you. So this evening, I am delighted to have on the agenda item 1.4, our super volunteer recognition. This is an honor that the board confers on our amazing volunteers who help in a multitude of ways in every one of our schools across the district. And this evening, we are recognizing Jill Green. And board member Tom Logue is going to do that presentation. And I'm so glad that all of you are here to see this. Yeah.
Jill as much as possible. So Jill, if you wouldn't mind joining me up here for this. And just soak it all in as I say terribly nice things about you, of course. I am very excited this evening to honor Jill Green as a CFSD super volunteer. Jill has been FFO president or co-president at Sunrise Drive for the past 4 years. 4 years. That's 4 Meet the Teachers, 4 Spiders and Ciders, 4 Mathathons, 4 annual fundraising campaigns, 4 promotions, and dozens of FFO meetings, EFFO meetings, and DFFO meetings. That's a lot. I spoke to Jill last week and asked her why she felt motivated to be so involved at Sunrise Drive. She summarized her personal philosophy as, if you can, you should. Luckily for Sunrise, Jill can, and Jill does. Sunrise Drive principal, Andrea Davidson, who I'll invite up later to say a couple of nice words, calls Jill Sunrise's biggest cheerleader and an instrumental force for positive change and community building. Principal Davidson notes that one of Jill's greatest strengths is her ability to inspire others, and that she has fostered a deep and active commitment from our families, cultivating a strong culture of support that is truly remarkable. In Principal Davidson's words, Jill doesn't just volunteer, she transforms our school community. There's a lot of nods because a lot of you know this to be true. Jill's FFO co-president calls her an engaging and enthusiastic leader whose positive leadership has created a healthy and productive environment where parents are happy to step up and support the school. No small task. Jill's fellow FFO officers call her kind, thoughtful, selfless, energetic, hardworking and reliable, enthusiastic, someone who brings people together, someone who makes everyone feel welcome. Jill, it wasn't hard to find people willing to say nice things about you. I just want you to know that.
I try not to.
Yeah, we're not done yet. So that last part, someone who makes everyone feel welcome, really resonates with me because it's exactly how I felt when I first met Jill. I was an overwhelmed new FFO president walking into my first district FFO meeting, and Jill was there being Jill and put me at ease immediately. And I suspect there are many others here tonight who had a similar experience when they first met Jill. When I spoke to Jill last week, I asked what her favorite Sunrise Drive event is. And almost as a knee-jerk reaction, she said, Spiders and Ciders. And who could blame her, given the time of year, being right in the thick of it. But then she paused and said, actually, it's Meet the Teacher. Why? She said, it feels like Christmas. Everyone is so excited. There is so much positive energy. Sounds like Jill, doesn't it? This is Jill's last year at Sunrise Drive. Her son, Wyatt, is being called up to the big leagues, middle school. I know Sunrise will miss Jill immensely. To paraphrase a quote from Maya Angelou, people may forget what you said or did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Jill, your contagious energy and positivity make you truly unforgettable for all of us who have had the pleasure to know you. Thank you for sharing your gifts with your Sunrise Drive community. And in recognition of all you've done, I am honored to bestow upon you CFSD Super Volunteer status. So this comes with a certificate, this, which lets you into the clubhouse, and I believe we have, in addition to a nice letter from Principal Davidson, she would like to say a few words. Oh, perfect.
And I'd like the Sunrise Superstars to come join us because we are Sunrise because you're there. So Superstars, come on up. Thank you from way back there. Thanks, Eden. Come closer. We can make a little group over here. Thank you, Miss Sega. Eden, come up front. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, Eden, you can fit in here. Yeah, you. Thanks. Sunrise is a special place because of these faces and the beautiful faces that walk through our gates every day, and I know that Jill is dedicated to them. Like many people walking the earth, there are times when I forget to be grateful and I take for granted. And I found in August, I had a moment where I realized I was living in the land of taking things for granted. Jill has become every day at Sunrise for many, many years. Even before she became president, when Wyatt was a second grader, she was there in other capacities. And I stopped and realized it's time to stop taking for granted and to share gratitude. And that's when I nominated Jill for the Super Volunteer Award, because she exemplifies what so many in our community do every day. What you do for our school is amazing, and you make Sunrise an amazing place to be. Jill, thank you for leading us in that.
I'm shorter than her. Each day when I walk into work, I never know what I'm going to find. Whether it's balloons or streamers or Jill dressed as Miss Frizzle, ready for any holiday, any special event, ready to cheer on Sunrise. She's got the energy and she leads with that energy, and she puts all the effort into getting the children excited for our fundraisers with our Sammy the Snakes. I'm going to tell you, those second and fifth graders raced to the end in our most recent fundraiser. It was an exciting one, and it's because of Jill and her energy that the children were excited about it. So I want to say, on behalf of all of Sunrise, thanks, Jill. We appreciate you.
Anything you'd like to say, Jill? You don't have to.
Oh, I just appreciate everyone being here. And I can't, it's not me. It's you guys, so.
Tell us who you brought.
Oh,
Yeah.
my mother, my father, and all of Sunrise.
I'd like to take a few, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Green for also supporting all of the efforts that Jill gets them to at school, whether it's dressing up for a costume or coming for our family game night. So it is a family adventure, for sure.
We'd love to take some photos.
Yes.
Where do you want us to come here?
Come on, kids, let's go to the back.
Should I take this?
Okay.
At the back. Very bottom one time. Everybody's Chinese immersion.
That's the first thing I gave you. He's
Okay. Oh, I see. That's good. Okay, great. Thank you, Tom. That was wonderful.
You scammed out of doing the photo.
Yeah, why weren't you in that photo?
I know, you're supposed to be in the photo.
Right? Weird.
Oh, take another photo.
You know what I look like.
I think Julie got some of him at the podium, but still.
The next item on the agenda is public comments. And with respect to that, I would just like to note that just like the last meeting, you can make public comments either now at the initial public comment time, but because I just looked through it, it looks like everybody who wishes to speak tonight is speaking about Chinese immersion. You can also wait to speak right before that agenda item, which is actually coming up very quickly. We just have a consent agenda, and then that your agenda item. So I'm not suggesting you should do one or the other, but just letting you know that that's your option. And I'll just say, since we're taking a moment while there's still photos going on, I'm very happy to be here in person, not the big talking head. Thank you, Eileen, for
No problem.
holding down the fort. And so, is there anybody who wishes to speak at this point in our meeting time? Regular public comments? Okay, I don't see anyone, and there's no one at all has signed up online to speak. So if you're watching remotely and you wanted to speak remotely, then please refresh your YouTube Live and submit that Google form so that I can be sure to call on you. Okay, so with that, I will move on to our consent agenda. Does any board member have an item that they wish to pull for discussion?
I do not.
Okay, with no item to pull, then I would ask if
Oh,
there is a motion.
There is, if I can find one.
Take your time.
Got it. Okay. I move the governing board approve consent agenda items 3.1, the governing board October 14th, 2025 regular meeting minutes as presented. 3.2, the expense voucher memorandum as presented. 3.3, the field trip request memorandum as presented. 3.4, the fundraising request memorandum as presented. 3.5, the personnel memorandum as presented. 3.6, the acceptance with gratitude of the gifts and donation memorandum as presented. And 3.7, the award to Courtesy Chevrolet for the purchase of 2 new Isuzu food service trucks in the amount of $178,019.30 as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve a consent agenda items 3.1 through 3.7 as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. That brings us to our unfinished business. And item 4.1 is the approval of the gradual phase-out plan for the Mandarin Chinese immersion program. This is a second reading. What I would ask is, we're going to take public comments first. You are. We're going to take public comments first. I am going to call on those of you who have submitted a purple sheet to speak in the order in which the sheets have been handed to me, and I'd ask you to please come to the podium and speak from there. You do have 3 minutes to speak. I saw it last week when I was watching that many people time themselves. I really appreciate everybody's cooperation in sticking to that time limit, because we do want to hear from everybody. And so that's very helpful. So, yeah, and I don't like cutting people off. So, in any event, public comments. Our first speaker this evening is Lily Wang. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name, that's not intentional.
Good evening, members of the governing board. My name is Lily. My husband and I are proud parent of 3 children, a 3rd grader, a 1st grader, and a kindergartner, all enrolled in the Chinese immersion program at Sunrise Drive Elementary School. We are also small business owners here in Tucson, and as active community members, we are deeply care about the quality of the education in our district. A few years ago, while working at our restaurant, I met a young boy who walked up to the counter and greeted me in Mandarin. He confidently ordered his meal completely in Mandarin, and to my surprise, he wasn't a native speaker. When I asked where he learned it from, he proudly said, "I'm in the Chinese immersion program at Sunrise." That moment stayed with me. I remember thinking, if I ever had children, I want them to go to that school. Years later, that dream became reality. We moved district so our kids could attend Sunrise and be part of this incredible program. Sunrise isn't just another elementary school. It represents forward-thinking education, teaching global awareness, cultural understanding, and language fluency from a young age. Programs like this shape not only how children learn, but how they see the world. As someone who grew up in a bilingual environment myself, I know the lifelong value of this kind of education. Learning another language early gave me confidence, adaptability, and the skills that helped me build a successful business in the multicultural community. I see those same qualities growing in my children every day. The research strongly supports keeping programs like this alive, according to the Arizona Dual Language Immersion Network. Early language learning improves cognitive flexibility, problem solving, and overall academic achievement. Students in the dual language program also show higher proficiency and stronger culture awareness. Preparing them for a global workforce where Mandarin Chinese, one of the most spoken language in the world, give them a powerful advantage in business, science, and technology. True fluency requires early and consistent exposure, which is exactly what the Sunrise program provides. The teacher there create nurturing, rigorous classroom that challenge and encourage students every day. Families like mine have made real sacrifices to be part of this program. We choose this district because of it. These are families deeply committed to our schools and to a brighter, more inclusive future for our children. I urge you to reconsider any plans to phase out or reduce the Chinese immersion program for our children and for generations to come. This program is more than an academic option. It is a bridge to understanding, a tool for success, and the cornerstone of what makes our district truly exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Chan.
My name is Connie Chan, and I'm a parent and community member at Sunrise Drive, and I'm here to urge you to delay the vote to phase out the program and instead hold a town hall for open community discussion. First, the process has already undermined public trust. Recruitment for the program has effectively stopped a while back. The Desert Leaf even published the phase-out plan before the board approved anything or if parents had a chance to review. I've spoken to families who never received a call back when they asked about enrollment or were discouraged from applying because the program seemed uncertain. The committee that once supported the program was never reconvened, as you learned. Those steps contradict CFSD's policy on curriculum development and state laws that require transparent review and community input. Last board meeting, you all mentioned that the phase-out plan was just a proposal and no formal decision was made. However, the steps that have already been taken have been undemocratic and implied otherwise. Second, marketing has not been exhausted, as stated in the last board meeting, and have actually been underwhelming. We haven't even used a simple, low-cost outreach like a banner at the school entrance stating this program exists. We haven't systematically reached out to natural partners, local Asian associations, businesses, or families beyond the Foothills District. Other districts, like Vail, publish immersion cohort data showing academic strength. Why can't CFSD do the same? Many families I've spoken to didn't even know the program existed until I told them. So we clearly are not reaching our target demographic. And we cut off a critical feeder when the Valley View Mandarin program was discontinued prematurely, also in a similarly undemocratic process. Please learn from history as well. When Horseshoe Trail Elementary in Cave Creek ended its immersion program, 150 parents protested and many families transferred to Deer Valley District. The district at Cave Creek lost enrollment and reputation, and the superintendent supporting cutting the program resigned 2 years later. Similar cuts elsewhere have led to charter alternatives opening to meet parental demand. We risk repeating those costly mistakes. Finally, this decision has huge intangible risk and impact. The Chinese immersion community brings deep engagement. It would actually be interesting to see if Sunrise has data on volunteers and donations coming from Chinese immersion families. Although I imagine their contributions in time, expertise, and financial support cannot be quantified in a spreadsheet. I've seen firsthand the passion, work ethic, and commitment these families contribute. This week alone, more than 14 parents have volunteered to serve on a committee to rebuild recruitment, and we collected over 150 signatures in the span of just 2 days supporting continuation of the program, which I sent to you all. These are not families you want to lose. So I ask you, don't rush a vote that could have lasting negative consequences. Delay the vote, hold a town hall, work with parents, staff, and community partners to find sustainable solutions that preserve this opportunity for our children. Thank you.
Ryan Wong.
Hello, my name is Ryan Wong. I was present at the last meeting and have 2 children in the Mandarin Immersion Program at Sunrise. Some of this will touch on what Connie said, but I'm here again to re-emphasize my continued shock at the current proposal to phase out the program, and also to express the extreme disappointment that when this is taken in context of the things she's mentioned already. Number 1, the closure of the Valley View Mandarin Immersion Program. 2, the discontinuation of last year's successful recruiting committee. And 3, the current lack of active recruitment for the program. I mentioned this last time, but there's certainly a lot of writing on the wall about what these concrete actions suggest is the expected outcome from this proposal. When I discuss the situation with other families and friends that are in the program and also those in the traditional programs, the overall response is similar to mine, which is a combination of sadness, anger, and dejection. The reason for this feeling is that universally, everyone here agrees on the unique opportunity and the immense benefits the program offers. In fact, last meeting, every party here, the board, the parents, I think everyone is agreeing that there's value to immersion. That's not a debate. Fundamentally, all of us are pro-immersion learning. What's very clear in what the divide revolves around is finances. And I think that's understandable from a situation of limited budget. But to cut to the chase, I want to then draw our attention to the most recent memorandum that had a financial impact section, specifically the tables 3 and 4. So essentially, table 3 discussed the overall cost of the Chinese immersion program, and table 4 was their per pupil expenditure. So the total cost of the program is listed as $382,000. This number seems large, especially again when tasked with managing specific budgets that are complicated and limited. But like everything in life, if you just take a different perspective or compare it, there's a different viewpoint. I looked up the actual recent CFSD budget report from this past August, and it said that the total budgeted revenue was $79,500,000. If these numbers are wrong, please correct me. This is just what I looked up. So if there's any correction, please. And then the total aggregate school district budget was $55,109,000. So if you zoom out and you take a bird's eye view, the Chinese immersion program of $385,000 is 0.5% of the total revenue of the district, or 0.7% of the total aggregate district budget limit. That is a fraction of 1%. Again, I could be wrong in misinterpreting this or misrepresenting it, so please comment if that's the case. But if it's not misrepresented, this should be understood.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Alexandra Riley. Sorry. Am I speaking softly?
Hello, my name is Alexandra Riley, and I'm a parent of 2 children in the Chinese immersion program. I would like to express my deep concern and strong disapproval for the proposed dissolution of the Chinese immersion program at Sunrise Drive Elementary. The administration's assertion that the Chinese immersion program must meet a higher student-to-teacher ratio of 25:1, or 300 students with 12 FTEs, to be financially solvent is both inconsistent and unfair when compared to other programs within our district. Currently, the Chinese immersion program ratio is actually higher when you calculate it, with a 30:1 ratio across all grades when you divide 105 students by 3.5 FTEs, far above peer schools and above the original design. This is also a higher student-to-teacher ratio than other schools in the district advertise, such as the Spanish immersion at Ventana Vista, which advertises on their website a ratio of 15:1, and Canyon View Elementary, which advertises a 16:1 ratio, and Manzanita, a 22:1 ratio. I encourage you to look up this data, which is plainly visible on the school websites. It is deeply troubling to me that the Chinese immersion program is being held to a far more stringent standard. The disparity raises serious questions about the equitable treatment of different programs and schools within our district. To suggest that the Chinese immersion program, which serves an important cultural and educational purpose, should operate at a ratio of 25:1 or higher is simply unacceptable, especially when we see the other programs are advertised with far smaller class sizes. Furthermore, the argument about the workload involved in managing such a program does not hold up when weighed against the core responsibility of public school administrators, which is to ensure that all programs are well managed and equitable. We should not lower standards or eliminate a program due to administrative challenges, while at the same time maintaining high standards for others. I urge the board to reconsider the recently proposed phase-out plan and ensure that the Chinese immersion program is given the same attention, resources, and fair treatment as other programs in our district. Our students deserve this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Liz Boyce.
Got a handout for you, just because it's got some numbers in, so.
Thank you. Thank you. That says-
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Liz Boyce, and my daughter is a third grader in the Mandarin Immersion Program. It's the redhead over there. We are an out-of-district family, and we chose Sunrise mostly for two key reasons. Firstly, I am that person, and I downloaded all the state data, and I looked at all the kind of the growth metrics and everything else, and we were also looking for an immersion program. So we compared it all, and Sunrise came at the top of the two things that we were looking for. And so that immersion program was very, very key when we were choosing. Secondly, being a professional perspective to this conversation, I work on education projects across the country. I work for Massachusetts, New York, and Louisiana Departments of Education right now. And I contribute to nationwide in kind of school improvement and district initiatives. From that perspective, I can confidently say that the Mandarin Immersion Program at Sunrise exemplifies what I look for in a school and the education that I would want for my children. Based on publicly available enrollment data, so again, this is all public data. If it's wrong, I apologize, okay? From the Arizona Department of Education and historical records discussed at the prior board meeting, Sunrise Drive currently serves around 490 students. Approximately 100, roughly 1 in 5, are enrolled in the Mandarin program. In earlier years, that figure was more like a third of total enrollment, and many of these families, like ours, live outside the district and open enrolled into Catalina Foothills because of the Mandarin program specifically. According to ADE data, each student generates about 11,198 in state funding. In my view, while reducing 3.5 FTE teachers, which is a lot, may appear to save around 218,000, losing even 20 students, which is a realistic possibility, would make that savings null and void. It's important to note that teacher costs also include more than salaries alone, benefits, insurance, and that. So I didn't include that. I just did base salary to make it even more kind of conservative. And so it's a conservative estimate. Because Arizona operates under open enrollment, every out-of-district student represents additional funding. Losing even a small number of these students would mean an immediate reduction in revenue, not simply an avoided expense. Historical data, again shown in the handout, indicates that the Mandarin program grew consistently for the first 6 years, rising from 60 students to 213. I believe the financial math does not justify the loss, and the academic and cultural costs could be far greater. I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Jennifer Parad. Did I mangle that? Sorry.
It's cool. I know, it's me.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Parad. My name
Parad.
is Jennifer Parad. So it's me again. I was here last meeting, and I wanted to follow up on a couple of the things we spoke about. My child is in the 3rd grade. We had a very nice story about how well this is working for him. I have 2 younger children who would have someday been enrolled in the CFSD Mandarin Immersion Program. They will likely not be doing that now because we don't have Valley View. I wanted to hone in a little bit more on some of the data following behind what Liz says. And I actually have a handout for you as well that I will give to you after I finish speaking. But basically it breaks down, again, publicly available data on the fiscal year report for 2023 to 24, the Arizona School Report Card data, and Arizona Department of Education data. And from that, I took several numbers, and you're going to have to bear with me because these are kind of complex numbers. But if you break it down to a compensation package, it's roughly $80,000. And I do feel like we heard that number from our superintendent at the last meeting. That takes into account the average salary in the CFSD school district, plus benefits and Arizona state retirement contributions. So $80,000 for a full-time FTE. I will make a note here that if you are half an FTE, you also get a full benefit package. So from a utilization perspective, that's not smart. And then the next thing I did was I looked at, again, the funding per child as an in-district or out-of-district family. And Sunrise Drive is a Title I school. So they actually get more money based on having the Title I eligibility. And that comes from having more than 40% of students under an income level. I pretty much guarantee as a CFSD School 16 member that eligibility comes from out-of-district enrollment. It's not coming from the people who live in District 16. So if you take that money into account, the actual number was already given, but it's $11,198, of which, per the reports I mentioned earlier, $5,600 of that per pupil goes to classroom instruction. So that's 51%. All the other money goes to things like capital and personnel and admin costs and other support structures, which are also listed in the report. So 51% of that money goes. That means that every kid, if you took only the $5,000, you only need, you have only if you take all 105 of the Mandarin immersion students that are currently enrolled and the $5,000 that comes with them, you have over $500,000 to provide for personnel. And that is greater than the number that you have listed here, which I still can't get to at 3.5 FTE. In any case, that money should actually supply 7.4 FTE for Mandarin instruction, coming from students that are in this district for this program. So at present, 3.5 FTE is grossly below the number that money supports. Now, before you say there's other things that money pays for, that money will pay for other things no matter Mandarin immersion or regular classroom. So when we're talking about a loss here, the actual instruction money that's coming from those kids is coming because they want Mandarin instruction. So I would encourage you to think about that when you're looking at the finances. I'm going to pass out the handout now just so I forgot to at the beginning. But thank you.
Thank you. While we're getting these handouts, our next speaker will be Jenny St. Aubin. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jenny St. Aubin. I'm a Catalina Foothills School District parent, and we open enroll at Sunrise Drive. Our assigned school is Ventana Vista. My family chose Sunrise Drive because we value diversity, inclusion, and cultural exposure. We also chose Sunrise Drive because of its Blue Ribbon school distinction. We have 2 sons, one in 2nd grade at Sunrise and one who is at Valley View, previously in the Mandarin immersion prior to its shutdown. My eldest son chose Mandarin. We do not have a Chinese background, and we do not speak Mandarin at home. He picked Mandarin because he met a Taiwanese teacher while in French immersion, preschool, he's bilingual, and he decided that he wanted to learn Mandarin. So we purposely moved to the foothills to have access to public school with language immersion prior to the start of first grade. Otherwise, we could have continued in private school with both of my sons, that both of my sons were attending, which did offer Mandarin in addition to French and other languages. So we purposely moved to the foothills to have access to Sunrise Drive and the Mandarin immersion program. In fact, a few of our colleagues and friends in medicine that work in our field relocated to the foothills in preparation for their kids to attend Sunrise Drive in the future. Within his short year and a half at Sunrise Drive, my son has learned so much Mandarin. But more importantly, he's learning to appreciate and respect the culture different than his own. He's also learning to independently do his Mandarin homework and work with older immersion kids during care time when he has questions about his Mandarin homework. So your program is fostering unmeasurable skills that go way beyond linguistics and grades: independence, collaboration, and communication. I was gutted to receive the phase-out announcement. I thought, why do they want to remove the one thing that makes Sunrise Drive stand out and excel in education metrics? I was planning on enrolling my youngest kid at Sunrise Drive for the Mandarin immersion next year when he starts kindergarten. During his 1 year of Mandarin at Valley View, he learned so much Mandarin that he was able to have a full-on conversation with a Mandarin-speaking family while we were in line for a ride at Legoland. And that family was so surprised that they asked me, is there anybody that speaks Mandarin in your family? And I said, look at us, we do not speak Mandarin. That's all what he learned from school. So I know that I will not be sending my youngest to Sunrise Drive if the Mandarin immersion closes, because I value the language immersion so much that I'm willing to do 2 school drop-offs, and all the parents here know how much that is to do 2 school drop-offs, to offer my son similar opportunity to have a cultural and linguistic immersion. Because learning a language and a different culture will make my kids stand out while applying for jobs, and it will nurture a global citizenship mindset needed for future generations to be the compassionate leaders we need in this world. Closing the Mandarin program should not be decided in 2 meetings. This feels rushed, just like writing an article on the Desert Leaf newsletter about its shutdown, despite no formal decision being made. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the parents here were surprised to open that magazine and see an entire page dedicated to the phase-out announcement when we're here having meetings about what should be done to preserve this program. So I urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Howell.
I'm gonna set my own timer.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Stephen Howell, a parent of a 3rd grader in Chinese immersion who was here last week, or last meeting, and 2 small children who would not be quiet for this sort of thing. You're going to hear, and I think we've already heard, a lot of data about why the parents and the families here don't understand the financial drive to reduce this program. We've run the numbers, you guys have run the numbers, the district runs the numbers. The money just doesn't seem to add up to us, and that makes us question the actual motive for why this program is being closed. It's certainly a lot of work. We respect that. But the mission of Foothill School District, and I'm going to quote the Envision 21 mantra, that learning transfers to life beyond the CFSD experience, enabling each student to flourish as a responsible citizen of the global community. That's front and center. You can't get more strategic to that goal than having this program. Our students graduate bilingual or biliterate and bicultural. This is what the goal of our district is. So there's got to be more than just a financial decision. I asked the question, are we changing our CSFD vision to just maximize revenue per student? Because that's what it seems like. We know that in the business world, this would be a sunk cost. We have the teachers, we have the students. So getting rid of this program isn't really going to save a whole lot of money unless, which I hope wouldn't happen, students leave, which we know they'll leave because we think it's all an important program. Second, partner with families and communities to achieve strategic priorities. This is the other thing from the website. Closing the Valley View program was done without parent input. I've got 2 kids who I'm now looking at other schools because of how important it is to have a Mandarin immersion program.
the immense role that we, the voters, and your constituents have placed on you guys and expect from the governing board. This requires vision and it requires grit. It's a lot of work, but this great program shouldn't be discontinued because it seems like it's too much work for the governing board, Office of Curriculum and Assessment, the superintendent. It just seems like we're using finance as a reason to shut the program down when the money doesn't seem to be that lacking. So I ask that we either pause this process for a town hall meeting so that we can have a more fruitful discussion with our governing board in the district, or simply do the right thing and vote to not get rid of the program. You've got numerous parents here who are willing to put their time and effort into not just saving this program, but to help it flourish. Let's advertise. Let's get the program going on a better direction like we did last year. Give us the time. Don't take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Hornby.
Hi, again. I am Lucy Hornby. We moved here specifically, rented into this district so that our daughter could go to the Sunrise Drive program. We then bought a house in TUSD district, but we continued to drive up the mountain every single day to bring her into the CFSD district. As far as I can tell from the numbers you guys have given, 10% of the Sunrise Drive student body has made the same calculation. Now, obviously, we moved here from outside Arizona. We're not from Arizona, and I've been shocked at how public schools in Arizona have to compete for students as if they were private schools. I also heard the other day that Amphi is closing 4 schools due to declining enrollment. It seems kind of crazy to me to cut a program that's bringing in 10% of your student body, to be honest, from outside the district, people who would not otherwise necessarily join this district. I also wanted to say, as a person who has now older students, but is active in trying to save this program, from our point of view, it's not just the Sunrise Drive program, right? The Chinese in this city is what the Chinese people like to call one whole dragon. So you've got the Sunrise Drive feeder program, you've got excellent Chinese taught in the high school, you've got a program in the middle school, you have then Chinese in U of A and Pima County Community College, which seem to absorb quite a lot of students from this district. So it's one whole. You also have the Chinese program at the Tucson Chinese Cultural Center. So why are those of us who no longer have kids working or going to Sunrise Drive, why are we willing to contribute to an effort to promote this program, to get more people in, because it does seem like it's a finance and a headcount issue. We would like to contribute to that because from our point of view, the kids going to Sunrise is relevant to whether our kids are getting good Chinese at the middle school, high school, and potentially the college level. We have a list of 11 parents currently in the Sunrise Drive program who are happy to help with recruitment. We don't know what that means. Obviously, we'd have to take the guidance of the school. But I know there are school fairs here in Tucson, right? I know there are events that young parents go to. I know you guys experimented with social media last year, but social media isn't a one-off hit, right? You need lots of people sending out the messages in lots of ways to get through to busy parents of preschoolers who are trying to decide where to send their kindergartner. In addition to the 11 current parents of Sunrise Drive, we have at least 4 or 5 more who, like myself, their kids have already left Sunrise Drive. Some of them are in high school, one of them has graduated already, but they're willing to speak to the way that making that decision when your kid is going into kindergarten or first grade or preschool as it used to be, can feed through to the rest of your education. So I urge you to give the program more of a chance. I think that the recruitment efforts were not as great as they could have been. Communication to parents that this program was going to be shut was not as great as it could have been. I urge you to give it a chance for a more robust recruitment to pay off. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Na Zhao. And again, I'm so sorry if I messed that up.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Nazor. I'm an educator and an economist, and I'm also proud kindergartner parents at Sunrise Chinese Immersion Program. I'm joining a group of passionate parents here to really continue sharing our deep concerns about the phasing out program for the Chinese immersion. As an economist, I know that benefit cost analysis is essential for public decision making. Yet, for this important decision, we have not seen a thorough program evaluation that weighs the true benefit against the real cost. Allow me to share 3 observations here. First, the benefit of the Chinese immersion program is clear and overwhelming from today's meeting, from last reading, from the research, from the powerful stories we hear from our children's schools. Indeed, Chinese immersion program in this district is a value-added program to the district, which widely recognized by both parents and board members for its success and impact. Okay, second, on the cost side, the revised proposal lists the total program cost, but without comparing them to traditional and other immersion programs. I think our parents actually did the hard work of comparing that number to the overall district budget as a fraction, as well as calculating the teacher and students ratio. This program is designed as 300 students with 12 FTE, which is a 25-to-1 student-teacher ratio, and now it's operating as 105 students with 3.5 FTE. That is 30-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio. So it's currently running as a 20% efficiency as it designed. I don't think it needs a professor of economics to really help understand that this program actually is 20% more efficient running right now than the designed size. Now, third, I want to highlight what the Chinese immersion program contributes to the Catalina Foothill School District. In the 2026 niche ranking, 6 of the Arizona top 7 traditional public school district have Chinese immersion program. Chandler and Will ranked number 1 and number 2, each maintain strong Chinese immersion programs, and Catalina Foothill ranked number 3. Last year, thanks to the first ever parent advocated Chinese immersion committee, enrollment in our program increased by 13% and 23% for the kindergarten class, where my son went to, even as the overall K-5 enrollment declined district-wise and state-wise. More importantly, I'm joining Steve here to cite our Catalina Foothill vision. Learning transferred to life beyond the CFSD experience enable each student to flourish as a responsible citizen in the global community.
Your time is up, so I'd ask you to please wrap it up in 10 seconds.
Yes. So this program really is speak to our vision. So here, given the proven benefits, unclear costs, and high stake, I respectfully ask the board to refrain from voting until we have full information, and urge the board to leave the legacy of being the steward who revived this cherished program, not the one who ended it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wen Ho Dao.
I'm Dr. Wen Hao Diao. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a professor at the university and an expert in world language education, and I have a second grader in Sunrise Drive Elementary. I would like to begin my speech by directing everyone's attention to the report on page 43, table 3. If you divide the cost of the entire cost of the Chinese immersion program by the cost per pupil in table 4, that gives you the number of 29. What that means is you only need 29 students to break even according to your numbers. Currently, we have 105. Indeed, this year, the Chinese immersion program saw a 13% increase in enrollment. With your calculated per pupil expenditure on on table 4, that should translate into an additional investment of $157,000. However, instead of seeing that investment into the Chinese immersion program to support its growth, we are instead here talking about its phase-out plan. As a state and national leader in Chinese language education, I can share lessons we have learned already. And as Connie pointed out, of Phoenix area Blue Ribbon School in 2020 discontinued its Chinese immersion program abruptly in 2021. Their enrollment, once comparable to Sunrise Drive, has seen a almost 20% drop in the 3 years following that, almost 20% drop. And then this decline is projected to trend down further if at this current rate to only 250 students in 2028. Yet the superintendent responsible for that decision left the position after only 2 years. Who is held accountable at this point? So let's face this. This decision is not about cost saving because it will not save any money. In fact, as the only Blue Ribbon and Title I school in the CFSD, this unique combination of designation highlights its mission in sustaining excellence and investing in our children's future. And indeed, the decision tonight is about choosing values. The very first core value outlined in the CFSD governing policy, and I read here, excellence. We invest in the intellectual and personal achievement of each student, set high expectations, and focus on continuous improvement. So here, I'm urging the board, all members here, to choose that value tonight, to choose the policy of CFSD. To support that, we have already 11 parents sign up. I will submit the names. And also, 1 more thing. As the only person, probably the only person in the room with a PhD in second language acquisition and the only parent member on last year's Chinese Immersion Committee, I respectfully request to be called upon in any follow-up questions by the board related to the committee or the dual language immersion program. I also have already drafted a sustainable model for future that requires no additional resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Jansen.
Sorry, no, my phone.
I've never before followed my wife in a speaking arrangement, and I'm discovering that that is a very hard act to follow.
Indeed.
My name is Dr. Peter Jansen. I'm a scientist, and I'm an award-winning educator, and I'm a parent of a Chinese immersion student. I'm also part of the large committee of parents who formed to advocate for the Chinese program. For my 3 minutes, I'd like to focus on a single issue, understanding whether the procedures for eliminating a school program have been violated. These procedures are set forth in Arizona state laws, including ARS 15721, as well as CSFD's own policies on curricular adoption and modification. A summary of these policies is that they require the governing board approval, the approval of all of you in a public vote, in order to, among other things, substantially change or eliminate a program. What many of us have observed is that actions appear to have been taken that one could reasonably assume would hurt program enrollment. For example, other successful Chinese immersion programs use a parentally involved committee for recruitment and advertisement. Such a committee was finally formed at Sunrise Drive Elementary last year, and it was wildly successful, raising Chinese program enrollment by 13% at a time when enrollment across the rest of the school declined. Dr. Bartlett reported at the last meeting on October 14th that someone explicitly chose not to reconvene the committee to advertise for the program, quoting, "It's not that we couldn't reconvene the committee, we just decided not to when we were talking about the phase out of this plan because it doesn't make sense to recruit. Unless there was a vote by this governing board to eliminate the Chinese immersion program that we were not made aware of, I would like for you to explain to us how the decision to not recruit for the Chinese immersion program isn't a violation of ARS 15721 and the other relevant procedures. Second, if someone were to have called Sunrise Drive Elementary recently to enroll their students in the Chinese immersion program, would they have been signed up, or would they have been discouraged or otherwise turned away? And if the answer to that is anything other than that the student was enthusiastically enrolled, then I would like for you to explain to us how that is also not a violation of ARS 15721 and the other related procedures. What is particularly concerning here is that if someone or some group has taken actions that could reasonably be foreseen to hurt enrollment, as I think is the concern that many of the other parents have echoed tonight, then the board has the responsibility not only to publicly account for it, but also to make a truly Herculean effort to undo that damage. Thank you.
Selena Huang.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Selena Huang, and I'm a parent of a 5th grader and a kindergartner in the Chinese immersion program. Our family moved from California because of the Chinese immersion program. It was the main reason why we chose to move to this district. We wanted our children to grow up with an open mind and to learn how to communicate and appreciate different cultures. This program has helped our kids to build confidence, curiosity, and creative thinking skills way beyond the language itself. Learning our language early helped them be creative and do better across all subjects. I believe we all heard that from many other parents. We understand enrollment has been a challenge, but also there are many different opinions as well. But we do, as my personal opinion, I do believe allowing better advertisement strategies can truly let this grow, increase the enrollment again. And please continue to support this program because it's shaping the future of our children in today's connected world. Thank you very much.
Frank Ayatarola? Is that right? Yeah. Am I saying that right?
Hi, I'm Frank Ayatarola, and thank you for the further financial detail in the information packet, the exhibit for this meeting. That's been great. I remember from the last meeting, maybe if there were 14 speakers, 4 or 5 basically said, hey, we were blindsided. And, and we've had, as parents, we've had 4 or 5 weeks to think about, okay, how do we react to this? Where did we go? What's the strategy? And as you've heard the parents here, there's some very smart, intelligent people with good points. And so simply what, I would ask is have some more time, have working committees, and let's figure this out. Because I've heard some numbers tonight that I'm like, oh, wow. So that's simply what I ask is some more time to work with us. Thank you.
Dane Denby?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And I timed myself this time, so we should be good. Thank you for having us. First off, I want to say that what the Sunrise Drive immersion program has done already with the limited resources is amazing. And so I just want to say that we as parents really respect and appreciate everything they've done. I want to leave with 3 questions with you guys. The first is we've heard a lot about this recruitment committee and how successful it was. I have a daughter who's a kindergartner and a daughter who's in preschool. We were approached by parents in the program to come in. However, as a very active parent in Valley View, Mandarin was never approached to me or my wife at any point outside of parents. So this robust marketing program missed the key demographic. Second, I want to talk about why we're creating a program that required 300 students from kindergarten to fifth grade, when inevitably those students would phase out by moving, not be replaced due to the test and requirements. So the initial program itself was built, and this thing we're chasing is impossible. Yet, with what Sunrise has done, all the parents, all the students, there's not a single person here talking against the program, are very happy with the results. And third, we've talked a lot about the financial impact. There's 25 kids per FTE is our ideal. There's 20 in Mandarin. When you do the math, that's a deficit of 0.2 FTE. When you look at that, that's about $16,000, $5,500 for a waiver. That's 3 kids. And on table 5, if you look at the total and the number of OEX, the out of district, there's 42 people who enroll, or 42 families enrolling their children from out of district. That percentage is higher than the total and the traditional. So if you think that we can't get 3 more students, the more robust marketing program, imagine how bad it is if just 3 of those students leave because you have canceled this program. You're still paying those FTEs. You're in an even greater financial deficit.
Thank you. Cody Artarola.
So this is the main thing I would like to say, is hold off on the voting and maybe send a few emails to parents that are enrolled for a vote, or like for anyone who's enrolled in the Chinese program at Sunrise, because that, and conduct a vote and see what they say, and then and then you can go off of that to see how you would like to do it. And also what I think sets Sunrise Drive aside from all the other schools, CFSD schools, elementary schools, is that they have a Chinese immersion program, which I have heard that Ventana Vista and Manzanita do not have. Please correct me if I am wrong.
Cody, you're correct. You're correct. And Cody, what grade are you in?
5th.
Thank you for speaking to us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Marissa Nunez.
Good evening, members of the governing board and the public at large. My name is Marisa Nunez. I am the proud parent of a student in the Catalina Foothills School District in the Chinese Immersion Program, and the proud parent of a hopefully future Chinese Immersion Program student. I respectfully request that the motion to phase out the Mandarin Immersion Program not move forward, and I disagree wholeheartedly with the proposal to phase out the Mandarin program and the process with which it has been taken. There's a lack of confidence in the numbers. All the publicly available data presented today shows approximately 15% less is spent per student on table 4 than what was actually presented in the document we received from the board today. I would like to know where the data in today's agenda came from, as none of it has been cited. Who's responsible for ensuring the accuracy of these figures? Given what was presented earlier today, correctly identifying that this program makes up less than 1% of the district budget, I would also like to know what other options were considered to reduce expenses outside of the Chinese Immersion Program. Since the numbers literally don't add up, the phase out of this program should be delayed and reconsidered in a more transparent and responsible manner. Losing this program will have knock-on effects throughout the district, financially and otherwise, and will cause the district more in financial losses due to reduced enrollment both within and out of district, reputational damage, and reduced funding as a result of lower test scores when you force out students and families who self-select for new and challenging programs. The cost of that will outweigh any saving the district hopes it will gain from dismantling this Chinese immersion program. If Mandarin goes, what goes next? 谢谢.
Eric Takusagi. And this is the last, no, you go ahead. I just want to say this is the last purple sheet that I have. So, and there's nobody online. So if there was anybody else who wanted to speak, now is the time. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Eric Takasugi. As I shared 2 weeks ago, my family moved to this district specifically for the Mandarin Immersion Program. I read the new memo, and I thank you for providing it. And I think this new information is incredibly clarifying as it defines the challenge. We're 45 students short of a 150 student minimum. So I still think that the question is not, can this program be saved, but rather, is the district willing to give up on a flagship program when it's 45 students away from the district's own definition of success? The report details past promotional efforts, and while I appreciate the work that was done, a 6-minute social media ad with a 6-second view time is not a failed program. It's a failed marketing campaign. And you've heard already that we as parents are willing to partner with you and help close that 45 student gap. And the new data shows why we should. Table 5, as many people have referenced already, shows that the program is a vital financial recruitment tool. 66 out of 105 immersion students, which is 63%, are open enrollment. 42 come from outside the district. And like me, these families chose here for this program, bringing crucial funding. Approving this phase-out guarantees that the district will lose this, worsening the financial imbalance. This vote will shed revenue. We're also concerned, as many people have mentioned, that the decision has in effect already been made. Well, we're all here to discuss this proposal. The Desert Leaf ran that article that many people, as I said, have mentioned. It does say that the vote is pending, but it contains the phrase, as the program winds down. As the program winds down is not the language of a proposal. It's the language of a foregone conclusion. And it makes families like mine feel like this hearing is just a formality, just to tick off some box somewhere, and not a genuine deliberation. And it makes future families reconsider whether they should enroll here at all. So I ask you, our board, prove that this is not just a formality. Prove this discussion is actually genuine, and do not vote to phase out this program, which has been an amazing tool for recruitment, which is currently just 45 students away from success. Ask this joint administrative parent committee to form with one goal, to close that 45 student gap for the coming year. It's not a blank check. We're not saying, it's going to be $30 million. It's a specific measurable action to close a 45 student enrollment gap. Thank you for your time.
There is one more, and this will be our final speaker of the evening. Thank you. Satupa.
Dr. Dubé?
Dr. Dubé.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me sneak in.
Sure.
So I just wanted, I know we've heard a lot about recruitment and we've heard a lot about finances, and I just want to talk a little bit as a quadruple boarded psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist, and when we were looking for a place for my daughter to come for school, for preschool in school, we were looking for a place that would challenge her. This is a child that had open heart surgery. She had a hemorrhagic stroke. Her neurologist said, find a program that will challenge her. And all the other child psychiatrists that I knew said Sunrise is the place to be. Majority of the child psychiatrists sent their kids to Sunrise for the Chinese immersion program. That's huge, to have a whole bunch of child psychiatrists pointing at one program and saying, like, this is the one. Stellar. She has been here. She has been phenomenal. She has thrived, and we have been so blessed with the teachers, the staff, and it's not just her thriving in Mandarin. She has
done so well socially. She has done well in presentation skills. She has grown out of her shyness. She is now secretary of the student body, program. She is now doing Chinese speech. She is doing dance. She is performing at Roadrunner, like the halftime show. And that's not because she's the bomb. She is. I'm just going to own it. She is the bomb. But because she gets the support, she gets the love, she gets the nurture, and she gets the knowledge that there is culture outside of just one culture, that she needs to be open to other peoples. And that is huge. And I think that is what we're asking is, give us a chance to recruit. Give us a chance to send out the word, to let people know how wonderful the program is at Sunrise, and then let's revisit closing it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
No.
No.
Did you?
I had 20 seconds left on my time. I was had
Go
one
ahead.
question. Thank you
I'm
so
going
much.
to time you for 20
I appreciate
seconds.
it. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
We've heard a lot of great information. We have a lot of great families. I propose this to the board. Let's work together. Give us the win. It goes well for the board, the district, the teachers, the program, the media is here. Voting to not approve this plan going forward is a win for everybody. And I think people will see that. Thank you.
So there are no more people who wish to make public comment in the audience. There's nobody who signed up online. I'm going to close the public comment period as to this agenda item. Here's what we're going to do next. There is a presentation by Cheryl Castro, Executive Director of Curriculum and Assessment. This is agenda item 4.1. It is on for discussion. It's a second reading, possible action this evening by the board. Ms. Castro and Dr. Bartlett will present their information to us. The board will discuss the information amongst ourselves and with our administrators. Okay? Thank you.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Hello. Do a quick audio check.
Yeah.
Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Test. Thank you. So I hadn't planned to begin this way. This sounds like most of the lessons I used to teach. I hadn't planned to begin this way, but the people in the audience are literally speaking my language, and so I feel like I have to respond, especially for those of you who may not know what my life is about. And so since 1983, I was a Spanish teacher. Came to the Foothills in 95, was a Spanish teacher in room 412 until 2011. Became the director of World Languages and Immersion, which was a fabulous job. And I'm now serving as the executive director of Curriculum and Assessment. So what I'd like to make or let people understand is that you have no greater advocate for languages in this room than me, except for perhaps my friend Dr. Wen Hao Diao. We've had many conversations about second language acquisition, about immersion education, about the benefits. Everyone in this room, I am confident that everyone in this room agrees with all of the research on second language acquisition and the benefits of immersion in world languages education. In 2012, we stood before you to present the Chinese immersion program for implementation in 2013-14. And we used a lot of the research that was cited tonight, chapter and verse. And so you have someone sitting in this chair who by some bizarre twist of fate was here in 2012 when Chinese immersion began, and I'm here tonight with my colleagues to help you explain the intricacies of why this proposal is being made. So, as we usually begin our proposals, we are presenting for you tonight for your approval the proposal for the gradual phase out of the Chinese immersion program at Sunrise Drive Elementary School. A little bit of the background of the program for those of you who may not know. The program was established in 2000. Been out of the game too long. So the program was established in 2013-14 after a year of study with regional and state and national experts. We worked closely with the Utah Dual Language Immersion Institute. Dr. Miriam Met, who is known as the mother of immersion, had a lot of advice from her. My friend up in Cave Creek, Christina Lattis, also lent us a lot of help. Other schools up in the Phoenix area helped us to get started with our Chinese immersion program as well. It was intended to be a 50-50 immersion program, half of the day in Chinese and half of the day in English. And I'm going to get into that a little bit more on another slide about the way that we had planned that program. The program was designed for a robust campus of 300 students, much like the one we have at Ventana Vista, where we have over 300 students. We can do a lot of scheduling options then. When we have more students, fewer students leads to greater complications. The goals for the program are 4. They are the same 4 that we have had since we instituted the program in 2013. The first, of course, was, like for all of our students, to meet or exceed grade level expectations, the standards, academic standards, to acquire communicative and academic proficiency in English and Mandarin Chinese, to gain an appreciation of other cultures and a deeper understanding of their own culture, and to increase students' capacity for creative thinking and problem solving. And I think we've heard some examples from the audience where we know that that works. When you have a student who's getting into an authentic situation in the real world and is able to use their language to maneuver with others, to navigate, to negotiate meaning, those are pretty amazing skills for students to have. And so we have reached those goals with our Chinese immersion program. Enrollment is the issue when it comes right down to it. And if you look at Table 1, I forgot to mention that in your board packet on pages 37 to 47, that's where you'll be finding a lot more detail than I'll be able to give you in these PowerPoint slides. But you'll see that as we moved through the years, we saw a pretty significant increase from 2013 to 2018, from 60 to 200 students. That was good. And I remember calling Mimi Met, Dr. Mimi Met, the mother of Chinese immersion up in Utah, to celebrate that fact. And she told me at the time that we needed to work harder, which we did. She gave us some marketing techniques, which we took on. And so we were happy, though, with that initial peak in enrollment. We hit the top enrollment in 2018-19 with 2,005 students. That was 37.5% of Sunrise Drive's total enrollment, and we are currently at 105 students, which is 21.9% of Sunrise Drive's enrollment. That's 100 less than our peak and 195 less than the 300 that we've been chasing. So despite our commitment for more than a decade to the program, we have not yet reached those enrollment targets. And then beginning in 2019-20, for no fault of anyone's, we know what happened in the spring of 20, enrollment began to decline, and they steadily declined over the years until this year when we had an uptick after all those years. The problem is as section sizes fall, the increase per pupil spending increases, and making the program increasingly more expensive to operate. We also have talked about how what we really need to do is to ensure that we start out with healthy groups, and I'm going to get into that after I talk about Valley View a little bit. You'll see that Valley View has ranged from 12 to 19 students over the years, from 2021 to 2025. For the 2025-2026 projected enrollment was 7 students. 5 of those were full-time, 2 were part-time. At that point, we had to make the difficult decision to not offer the program. It simply wasn't possible with that few students to be offered. All right, this table. With this table, we're trying to show, I'm channeling Mimi Met here because I remember her telling us how critically important it is to start the program with 2 robust class sizes, kindergarten of 2 robust class sizes. For us, robust is 23 per class, although we would like 25, because what happens over the years is as we lose students, by the time it gets to 5th grade, if we only start out with 21 students, 18 students, 17, 22, by the time it gets to 5th grade, it becomes operationally difficult to manage. And also with scheduling, it's difficult to manage, trying to group students and move them around. A bit later, my colleague Mindy Westover is going to explain to you the staffing model, and I believe the staffing model slides are going to help to explain why it's not a simple matter of taking 100 students, for example, dividing by 4, having 4 classes of 25. So stay tuned for her slides. I think they'll give you a really good explanatory model of what we're working with when the student population dips. Dr. Bartlett is also going to be presenting some national data that we do have to follow, national and local data that we have to consider as we're working with all of our programs, not just Chinese immersion. And it might feel like we are singling out Chinese immersion tonight. We are at a board meeting. But every year we analyze all programs. And so this isn't anathema to our practice. So to summarize this piece, our current enrollment stands at 105 students across 6 grade levels, grades K to 5. By comparison, in 2014-2015, our enrollment was 106 students across 3 grade levels. So you can imagine what types of complications that presents when we're trying to group and regroup students who are going not only to Mandarin immersion, but they're also going to perhaps Read Strong, perhaps extended math, perhaps gifted, perhaps there are lots of different things that students go to during the day. So right now, the total number of students that we're serving is nearly identical to that of the program's early years, but now it's distributed across twice as many grades. The average enrollment per grade has decreased from approximately 35 students per grade to 18 students per grade. And this shift has resulted in smaller and inequitable class sizes, creating financial inefficiencies as fixed staffing and instructional resource costs have to be spread across a greater number of grade levels. So for this table, what we're trying to show is I have data on the first 8 years of 5th grade classes that have matriculated out of Sunrise Drive. And you'll notice on that first cohort, for example, cohort 2026, the attrition rate, and attrition is the total percentage of students who left a program from kindergarten through 5th grade. And so our first cohort, the ones that will graduate in 2026, that class started with 27 students and they finished with 24. And then I put the overall attrition rate over to the right-hand side, the percentage. And you'll notice as we go down that it becomes a bit more challenging. For example, if we look at sizes like the class of 2029 started with 35 students, that's a nice beginning number. It's still not where we really need it to be, around 50-ish student, a little less than 50, what we would take. And it dipped down to 24. Some years you can see, for example, class of 2032, they started with 20 and they ended with 11. So these types of decreases in attrition are leading to the financial inefficiencies that we've been describing over time. And we're going to come back to that piece with Mindy Westover's part after Dr. Bartlett talks a bit about the demographic enrollment.
Thank you. So last spring, we attended a meeting, the Pima County Collaborative, where a demographer from Applied Economics was there and gave us kind of the outlook of the demographic and enrollment preview of what we can expect moving forward in not just Pima County, but the state of Arizona.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I was distracted.
So the purpose was to provide district leaders with data on population, birth rates, and enrollment trends to support our data-driven decisions about program sustainability, facilities, and staffing, and to help districts plan strategically for declining resident enrollment and growing school choice competition. So here is a graphic of the U.S. population trends. So the data for U.S. shows that the rate of population growth slowing while the share under age 18 is declining. So we have a growing population, but those under the age of 18 is declining. And the combination of these factors result in zero growth in population under 18 through 2050. You can see that yellow line is the under 18 population. So they're projecting no growth in the population under 18 through 2050. Here's Arizona population trends. So while Arizona is expected to grow, it's nearly doubled since between 1990 and 2020, going from 3.7 million to 7.3 million. And it will probably grow about 37%, or another 2.7 million people over the next 30 years, reaching 10 million people by 2050. Here is the distribution of that future population. In 2020, we had 7.3 million. In 2050, they're expecting 10 million. You can see the green circle is the current population. That blue circle surrounding it is the growth, where the growth is going to be. You can see in Pima County, that blue is very small compared to Maricopa and Pinal County. The expected growth is really going to be in Maricopa County and Pinal County, is what they're projecting. Okay, and here's the population under 18 again. So it quickly grew between 1990 and 2010, nearly keeping pace with the total population growth. But the population under 18 remained nearly unchanged from 2010 to 2020, even as the total population increased by nearly 900,000 persons. But it's not really expected to increase until after 2030. So the population under 18 is not going to increase again until after 2030.
This is Arizona specific.
This is Arizona specific, yes.
Denise, if you go back,
Mm-hmm.
it actually doesn't even show an increase really at 2030. If what I'm looking at is that red line.
No.
Yes.
No,
It's just.
it's going to stable off and then it's going to go down
It's
again.
going to be fairly flat.
Yeah, it's flat. So then we have our future population under 18. Again, that green circle is the current. The blue circle around it is the growth. Pima County is projected to grow 17,200 people by 2050.
Under the age of 18.
Under the age of 18. Mm-hmm. There have been lots of talks about birth rates. Birth rates, we know, are low. This graph shows you the birth rates from between 2005 and 2023. And it's hit an all-time low. They're plummeting to all-time lows. So we have to pay attention to these birth rates. And you can see where Pima County is. It's at the very lowest in 2023 of all of the states. So we have Arizona is the red. We have Maricopa is that green line. We have Pinal County is that purple line. And Pima County is that blue line. And it is at the all-time low in Pima County. Then, of course, we always have to consider Arizona school choice. Okay? We have charter school. Sorry. We have charter schools and district enrollment schools. So you can see through the year.
I don't know. I think it's set up that way. It's not me. Look.
So you can see where in the early years between 2000 and 2001, all the
It's an automatic transition that we pulled the slide, sorry.
all the way to 2008-9, that the population in our in district schools, the red bars, have increased. And then starting in 2009-10, you can see the enrollment in district schools have decreased.
Can we take it off slide view, Ryan? That would help. Can we what? Take it off slide view so that the animation's on.
Can you hit escape? Maybe hit escape. There we go.
That should stay now, please.
Thanks,
Okay.
Gina.
So between, now I can't hardly see it.
Yes.
So you can see again, between 2000 and 2008, 7, our district school enrollments, not specifically CFSD, increased. And then in the year 2008 to 2009 is when district enrollment started to decline. And you can see the charter, which is the blue line above it, has started to increase. And it has gotten to the very low in 2020, 21, which we know what was happening in the world at that time. And it started to recover, but it hasn't fully recovered. It is still well below where it was at the peak. And it's still about even, or just a little bit above where it was in 2000. So there's school choice that we have to consider when we have these programs. So we've got birth rates, we've got our population of under 18, and we've got public choice. And we've got voucher systems, and we've got the charter systems, and we've got a district schools as well. So that's what this information is showing. But school enrollment is essentially unchanged since 2014 and 15, and is still 38,000 students below the peak in 2007 and 8. Which is why you hear about many districts closing schools, because of these enrollment options. This is our public school enrollment by grade cohort. So we have the kindergarten through 2nd grade is that blue line. The 3rd to 5th grade is that red line. The green line is 6 to 8. And the 9 to 12 is the purple. Our blue line, for Sunrise Drive Elementary and for our elementary schools, that blue and red line are the 2 important lines. And you can see they are below both the 6 to 8 and the 9th to 12th grade lines when you get down to the 2021-22 school year, and then they start to drop off in the 22-23 and 23-24. And we anticipate, we don't have that next data, but we anticipate that it's going to continue to drop because of our birth rates in the state. This is another county demographic trend. So you can see in the left-hand column, it's population in households. If you look at age 5 to 13, or even 0 to 4, it has decreased by 8% between 2010 and 2020. You can see then the age 5 to 13, we had an increase and then a decrease. And then 14 to 17, we had a 1.5 between 2000 and 2010, and then from 2010 to 2020, we have another decrease. You can see the pattern is not an increase. At 18 to 24 has kind of stabilized, and then again, it is decreasing. So until you get to 65 and up, because we are in a retirement community. So our older population is increasing, but our young demographic, that are school-aged children, is decreasing. So this was a graph that they showed for the established area enrollment trends. Now, CFSD is not listed on this because we are not considered an established area. I'm going to show you where we are considered an emerging area, and that will be on the next screen. But these are the long-standing districts in Pima County or in southern Arizona. Ajo Unified School District, Flowing Wells, Sunnyside, Amphitheater, Baba Cavari, and Tucson Unified School District. You can see there, with the exception of Baba Cavari is the blue line. Most districts serving the established parts of Pima County have experienced significant enrollment declines over the last 13 years. due to an aging population, lower birth rates, and increasing enrollment choices, is what we've been talking about. The next slide, which is where where CFSD is on this chart, is where we're considered an emergent enrollment area. Ours is the blue line right in the middle that just kind of stays flat. Most of the districts in the emerging parts of Pima County have posted gains in enrollment since 2010, 2011. However, they remain near the 2019-20 enrollment levels, with the exception of Vail. So you can see CFSD at that 0% increase, we go up to just maybe 10%, and now we're back down to basically where we were in 2015,
16, it looks like.
No, 10, 11, I think, is that
You
first.
can't read it.
Is that
Last
10,
one.
11? 10, 11 is very
yeah.
similar to where we were in 2023, 24. Now, stable in enrollment is better than declining enrollment. So that is a positive, but you can see it declined a little bit between 22 and 23 to 23 and 24. So stable environment is good. We appreciate stable environment, but we have to work very hard to maintain that stable environment, that stable enrollment. All of the recruitment, all of the advertising, we do many things to bring in students for our programs, for all of our programs. And it's getting harder and harder to recruit students when we're all going for the same small number of under 18-year-olds for our schools. All of the schools in our county are vying for these same students. So it's becoming increasingly difficult. With that said, it's even more difficult to recruit for a niche program, such as Spanish immersion or Chinese immersion or something like that. So we don't anticipate us being able to recruit our way out of this issue. This is a demographic issue in Pima County. So this is the county district enrollment structure. So K2, again, 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12. Like nearly all parts of Arizona, the size of the K2 cohort in Pima County has declined the most. High school enrollment has been relatively stable. However, as our K2 and 3-5 enrollment goes down, that's going to hit the high school later. So it's going to have additional declines in the older grades 6 through 12. Again, that K2 cohort is where we're able to recruit and gain students for our immersion programs. And with that population being on that decline, this is going to be very difficult to increase a cohort of students that we would need to run our program. So in summary, it has and will likely continue to grow significantly, with most increasing in the urban areas. The state's population under age 18 has been nearly unchanged for the last 15 years, but it's projected to grow slowly after 2030. Total publicly funded K-12 enrollment rebounds slowly after the Great Recession, but it has not increased in 10 years. Charter school enrollment increased, and district enrollment has decreased. The grade level structure for enrollment is shifting, with previous enrollment declines in the lower grade levels now impacting the higher grades. And then the share of school-age persons served by non-district providers is continuing to grow. But the school-age population is not increasing. Enrollment in district schools is likely to drop for another 10 years or more. Not a very good outlook for the demographics, especially in Pima County.
So what does this mean for our district? So what you're seeing in front of you is our 40th day historical enrollment. I want to say enrollment does change. It is a fluid number throughout the year. So if I pull the numbers on Monday, they might be different by Tuesday. When we started preparing these slides, it's important to remember that enrollment is fluid. Those 105 students actually, as of this afternoon, are actually 105. So it's important to remember that the numbers we're talking about, this is one of the marks that the state chooses to collect data across the state on. So 40th a day is a great number that we look at and compare every year. So you're seeing on the far right-hand side of that chart is our student population in 2016 at our 4 elementaries. As it progresses to the left, you're seeing that unfortunately we have declined in enrollment at the majority of, actually almost all of our sites except for Canyon View has hung in there. So we are seeing trends just even in our traditional programs that don't have the immersion programs, and even our programs that do have immersion, that size is beginning to decrease over the last 10 years. And with what Dr. Bartlett just shared, we know that recruiting and making sure that we have our schools full with students at capacity, we have to work extra hard for that. So taking a look at that data I think is important. The next chart, again, this is what our membership looked like today across the district. Okay, so this is students enrolled across the district as of today. And you'll notice that those numbers might look different than the numbers that I just showed you, again, for the reason that I said kids enroll and withdraw every day, changing those enrollment numbers at any given time. So sometimes you're going to see a slide where we may talk about 105, sometimes it might be 104, sometimes the class size might be 62 or 63. We feel like the numbers that we're putting in front of you are as consistent as we can be, but please know that that might be a student or two off in some areas because of the fluidity of those numbers in enrollment. The other really important day we look at is 100th day, and so we keep a tight watch on that, as well as 40th day. This is random snapshot date in October here for you. Okay.
Good? All right, so 2 weeks ago when we met, the board asked us to come back with additional data on 4 points. The first one was the summary of the work of the Chinese Immersion Committee last year. The second was the financial costs related to the immersion program. The third, enrollment status of Sunrise Drive students, including resident, open enrollment in-district student, and open enrollment outside of district students. And then the option of Chinese as a world language. So we're starting with our efforts to sustain and grow the program. This is a slide that you saw last time. Since its inception, we've dedicated a great deal of manpower to finding both teachers and students for this program. One way that we found to be effective was by having showcases of our students' abilities, similar to the things that you've heard our audience members talk about. Everybody loves to see students succeeding, using language to accomplish goals in their real lives. So we've engaged in a lot of community events and cultural celebrations, for example, at Tucson Chinese Cultural Center. We participated annually at the Centennial Hall New Year's celebrations for years. We've had the Sunrise Drive Spring Festival. There have been competitions that our teachers have taken our students to so that they've gotten press on how well they do in our program. Any performance is always also added to our social media, because who doesn't love a good story about students performing in Chinese, in the Chinese language? We've had ads on Instagram or Facebook and in the Desert Leaf. Julie could speak more to that about those specific ads. We've also engaged in a lot of creative scheduling that we didn't anticipate at the beginning. Teachers now Someone mentioned earlier about how maybe the problem is that we have to work too hard to keep this program afloat. I can tell you we work really hard to keep all programs afloat. So, and I do commend once again, as I did 2 weeks ago, our Chinese immersion teachers bend over backwards to make everything work, and our leadership at Sunrise Drive Elementary does the same. And so this isn't about trying to get out of any type of hard work. This is about, it truly does boil down to the idea of enrollment. And so we have engaged in a lot of creative scheduling, things that we didn't expect to ask our teachers to do, such as taking responsibility for cross-grade instruction. So instead of being responsible for one section of students at first grade, for example, switching that class with another colleague, the English partner, at midday, and then reteaching science and health to the second group, that can't happen anymore. And so teachers have to teach up to 2 grade levels in order to make the system work. They're also, of course, then responsible for teaching both in Mandarin and in English. That started during the pandemic and has continued due to the needs that we have for scheduling. Ms. Davidson could answer any questions you might have about the specifics of that type of scheduling that she's had to do. And we've had to make flexible groupings for students where instead of just switching between the day between 2 teachers, students are going to different classrooms as they move throughout their day. We've also engaged in extended learning since the very beginning of our program. Thanks to our UA partnership and the Confucius Institute, we had access to a lot of visiting scholars who came to teach classes in calligraphy, in Chinese music, in art. We had experts come in and do expositions. We have a lot of art hanging at Sunrise Drive where you can see the things that students and our visiting scholars had produced together. And they also provided lots of enrichment opportunities. We bought instruments for students to use one year at Chinese Festival. I can't remember the name, Halusi, is that right? Halusi, the flutes, and the bamboo for the dances, everything that we could purchase for those we did. We created more extended learning opportunities. In 2024-25, the committee was formed with one goal at the beginning. And it happened about this time of year last year. If I remember correctly, it's when parents got the letter in the summer about our reduced minutes of instruction due to the increased number of minutes required for ELA instruction. And so because of that reduced minutes, we had parents come forward and say that they would like to find some feasible solutions to increase the minutes of instruction in Mandarin, because as we all know, the time you spend in a language, if you're spending it on communicative activities, is going to result in proficiency, and that's what we're after for the language component of this immersion program. The second goal came about very quickly. I believe in the first meeting, we talked about how we might want to work on increasing enrollment in the Chinese immersion program because more students, and that's what we're saying today, more students would equate to more possibilities for scheduling students. So regarding that first goal of identifying feasible solutions, there were 2 outcomes to that. One of them before school and one after school. And so teachers before school created opportunities for students to engage with the language, with Chinese language, through teacher-designed activities in kindergarten, or Mandarin Matrix, which is one of the resources we use for Chinese literacy development, for about 25 minutes a day, Monday through Friday, if they arrived early. They could arrive early, go to the classroom, and engage in those activities. After school, we were very fortunate to have Dr. Wenhao Diao work with us to find an instructor for our community schools Chinese class for about 90 minutes weekly. And in quarter 3, we had 15 students participate. In quarter 4, we had 12. I'm not sure if all of those students were Chinese students. I've heard varying data on if some of those students were traditional students, because we do open those types of activities, of course, to all students. But wow, I suddenly became very loud.
That's all grades?
It was open to all grades, K-5, and it was open, and Andrea can confirm or deny this, it was open to anyone who wanted to join.
She's shaking her head.
Okay.
Yes.
Additionally, as we work to increase enrollment in the Chinese immersion program, we did many of the things that we've always done. Ms. Davidson can also, well, she should be a doctor with the way she works, but anyway, Sunrise Drive meetings and tours, social media advertisements. This is something that we do every year at all of our schools. It's just at the immersion schools, especially at Sunrise, where you have the traditional and the immersion program, you do more tours, more meetings, more tailored meetups with families, potential families. So there were 9 school tours with 46 students in K-5. There was an immersion information meeting and a tour for 27 families. There were 2 kindergarten show and tells and tour sessions for 59 families. There were also Desert Leaf advertisements in December 2024. We've run those ads since the very first year that we started the program. There were print and promotional materials to highlight Chinese immersion. We distributed them at the same places. We've distributed them always at Tucson Meet Yourself, Tucson Chinese Cultural Center's New Year celebration, Sunrise Drive front office, VVELC front office. I don't know if they were on Parent Square or not. I don't know if we had Parent Square in effect then. Yeah, and then we had Chinese immersion videos. There were 3 of them. We had one video that was recirculated. It's one of my favorite videos in immersion because it features students at the high school reflecting on their K-12 experience, which was amazing, as everybody knows. If you're in language education for 13 years, you are a very lucky person to be able to develop those types of competencies. There was also a video that was new that was created by Julie Farbarek with parent testimonials with some of the people who are sitting behind me here. There was a research-based evidence of benefits of immersion video that featured Dr. Wenhao Diao, who is a second language acquisition expert. There were Facebook and Instagram ads to attract families to visit our program on our webpage. In 46 days, 16,000 plus people saw these ads. 444 clicked through to the Sunrise Drive website. We also asked the high school to add messages on their marquee to promote the immersion program during our open enrollment months. So, our current kindergarten class is larger by 4 students as compared to the previous year's kindergarten. Our 5th grade class was only 11 students, and they matriculated on to Orange Grove. That was one of our smallest classes that moved up. And now we're going to move into the financial impact.
Thank you. So this chart, you can see that the bulk of the cost for this program is in our personnel costs. So this represents 3.83 FTE, not just 3.5, because we have a 0.33 FTE that comes over from Orange Grove to assist in the language and culture classrooms. So this personnel costs, this is their actual salaries of the people involved in the program. We pulled that from our system. It's rounded, of course, but not much. It's basically $342,909. It includes the contributions for fixed costs to Arizona State Retirement, as stated, and it also includes our contributions for each employee for the medical plans. As stated tonight, one of the public speakers stated that even a half-time person gets full benefits. That's not correct. A half-time employee is eligible for dental and vision insurance only, not medical. So that is one of the things I'd like to clear up. We purchase a resource, annual Chinese literacy development resource, and that's $7,951. We budget about $30,000 a year for visa costs. $100,000. If yes, it could rise to $100,000 with the new proposal from the federal government, and that's for new visas. Currently, we don't have any new visa costs. These are all renewals. But we have funded many of our teachers through the years to become either through the H-1B process to permanent status or just continuing their H-1B status. So we have funded that throughout the years.
And to be clear, that funding is from the district.
That is our M&O budget, yes. And then promotional costs, these are just the promotional costs from last year, of course, is the $1,263. So our total for this is $382,123. Now to put that in perspective, it sounds like a small amount, right? Most of our budget, which it's not 59 million, it's about 42 million, 75 to 80% of that is in personnel costs. Last spring, when we were grappling with how do we give our employees a raise, to give our employees one step on our salary schedule, which is only $910, it's a $265,000. So just this is, so just putting this into perspective, $382,000 for 3.83 personnel versus what it is to give all of our personnel just one step on our salary schedule. It just kind of puts that into perspective of the cost of the program.
To be clear, one step on the salary schedule means
$910.
So it's all of our current teachers.
Our current teachers who are on step 12 move to step 13, 13 to 14, 14 to 15. It's one horizontal, vertical step on our, which is what we try to give every year, but we were struggling last year to even get that. And we only gave them one step on the salary schedule and had to do a longevity bonus to get them a little bit more, because that, that's not, in today's economy, $910 from year to year is not sustainable for a family. So we are always struggling to find how to give our teachers and our certified and classified, all personnel, an increase. And so that was just to put that in perspective.
And in your example, how many teachers would that account for the
286. 286 certified staff that's on our professionals. Now we have more certified staff than that, but some of them are paid out of grants and some of them are paid, but that's just the certified staff that are paid from the M&O budget. 286.8 or something like that.
Ask a clarifying question on the previous slide. I will lean over to the microphone, yes. Thank you. So this, just so I'm clear on this cost, when we talk about Chinese immersion costs, that is an incremental cost over and above what it would take to otherwise accommodate that student count at that school?
Yes.
Or if that did not exist, would you have to have other costs to balance out those students?
No, those students are currently in a traditional classroom for part of their day. So they're already accounted for in a traditional classroom. This staffing is for just that Chinese portion of their day.
Is a half a day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, less than.
Yes.
Per pupil?
Oh.
Going back
Going
to that
back
chart.
to the.
You speak in the microphone.
Yes. So going back to that chart, we can assume the cost will go up as
Yes.
employee. This is not a static cost for the next X number of
No,
years.
no, this is just this year's costs.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm tracking correctly here. Sorry, I'll follow my own advice and speak into the mic. Sorry, gang. Sorry, just to make sure I'm tracking correctly here. Am I understanding correctly that if we were to not have the Chinese immersion program today, for the sake of discussion, right, that all of the students, the 105 students currently enrolled in Chinese immersion, are already accounted for in the traditional classroom?
Correct.
And so we would not need to hire additional teachers, for example.
Correct.
To keep those students in the traditional classroom 100% of the time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Now?
So at our last board meeting, Lisa Tato presented our budget, our annual financial report. And in that, we had the school by school spending, and that's where this information came from. This is for fiscal year 25, so it's not this year, it's last fiscal year. You can see that all of the elementary sites are listed with their total number of certified teachers, their per pupil expenditure based on what expenditures were coded to each of the sites on the budget that was reported by Mrs. Tato. And then it's based on a student count, which was rounded. Now student count, so we have student count, we have enrollment, we have ADM. So the state, this is based on ADM, which is what we are funded on. We know that ADM...
Hence the rounding, because that creates partial students.
It creates partial students, and kindergarten students are funded at 0.5.
Yes.
Our state does not offer full-day kindergarten, so we only get half-time ADM for those students. That's why these numbers do not match the enrollment numbers that are reported in other parts of this presentation. So based on the student count that the state is using, these are our per pupil expenditures for each of the schools. Now you can see Manzanita has the highest enrollment and the lowest per pupil expenditure. What that says is that their class sizes, they're running efficiently, meaning they're at capacity or near capacity. You can see the smaller schools, Ventana Vista and Canyon View, are next. I mean, they're the next highest or the next lowest, and they have, 28.6 or 28.3 teachers based on their enrollment of 376 or 372. Sunrise Drive has 35 teachers.
100 less kids.
With almost, 99 less students. So their per pupil cost is higher because of that.
And this 2,000K delta in the expenditure per pupil between Manzanita and Sunrise Drive, and the reason I'm using those two is because they have the same number of total certified teachers, although they have a very different student count by 100 students less. Is that delta in the per pupil expenditure primarily due to the need to have more teachers for the Chinese immersion and not operating at efficiency?
Correct.
Is there anything else that's driving that up? Substantively?
No.
Substantively?
No. Okay.
So reducing, if I understood you correctly a slide or two ago, 3.5 teachers are for the Mandarin program, is that correct?
3.83.
3.8, apologies, 3.83. So I'm going to round because of my simple brain. So that takes us to 31 teachers then at Sunrise Drive, correct?
Yes.
And the student count. Okay. And so the expectation, I was going to do a quick calculation, but I don't have the right data in front of me. What I'm trying to drive at here, Denise, and maybe you already have this, and if not, I don't mean to put you on the spot, and it can hold. If we were to reduce the number of total certified teachers, and we keep the student count, what do we anticipate the per pupil expenditure to then be? That's what I'm trying to drive.
It's going to go closer because you're going to be running efficiently. So it's going to go closer to a Manzanita or then it's going to reduce.
It will reduce.
It will reduce, yes.
Yeah.
know that this is important and it's frustrating that you want to add to the conversation, but that's not possible. We heard your comments. We need to hear what our administrators are saying, and we need to be able to have a conversation. And your opportunity at this point is to observe our conversation. So thank you for understanding that. Thank you.
The base level support that we get for students is $5,113. That's our base level support. Now, some students receive more based on their weighting, there's weights, but that's the base level support for each student, $5,113. We're going to go into some of the staffing models and why efficiency is that drives this, and Mrs. Westover is going to
attempt. So staffing is, when you're looking at staffing, especially staffing a special program, the numbers of saying, you've got 100 kids for at 25, that doesn't work out quite that simply. So what I'm going to try to do is using a hypothetical here, and then we'll go into actual numbers, but I want to show you why the staffing inefficiency in the Chinese immersion program is also impacting the school-wide, which is impacting the numbers you just saw. So what we have here is there is, let's say, hypothetical 75 students. I'm going to say we're shooting for 25 kids per class size. We know that kinder class sizes are smaller, 5th grade class sizes, you have a higher projection on the number of kids you want in those classrooms. So on the left, you have a traditional school, 75 kids. You're going to have 3 classroom teachers. Those kids move together. They move from their English language, their math. We do have some math classrooms that are pulled out, but the majority of those 25 kids stay together when they go to their specials, when they are receiving their health instruction, their social studies instruction. That group of 25 kids stays with a teacher, throughout the whole day. And right now, our Chinese immersion students do combine like this. When we look at the class sizes, what they look like with our actual numbers, I'll show you that in a second per grade level. We have the maximum amount of students we try to enroll so that those numbers are as close to our optimal numbers as possible, so our staffing is at optimal numbers as well. When you look at on the right, then what happens when these students pull into the immersion program or they are receiving instruction in immersion, so their Chinese culture, trying to remember the science and the different classes that they are in with their Chinese immersion colleagues. I'm just going to say we have 20. We know that our class sizes last year ranged from 11 in 5th grade and then all the way up to 21. So right now, our class sizes, and I'll show you that as we look throughout the program. When we pull those 20 kids out, essentially they pull out from all those other classes, and then we have 3 or 4 sections that are understaffed. For part of the day, those classes are all understaffed, not just that Chinese immersion class, but all the other classes that those students are divided up into are now. So you're going to have class sizes throughout the day that are 18, 19, 18, and then 20. So I'm going to show you what that actually looks like, but I wanted you to see in a hypothetical situation, your model is not stagnant throughout the day, so it is not easy to go, oh, that's 25 kids per class, that 3.5 should take care of that staffing. It's more complicated when you start to move bodies throughout the day. So essentially what we're getting is when I have a teacher that's in Chinese immersion on the right-hand side with her cohort, the other grade that she's teaching might be in the model on the left, and then we swap. So for those teachers, 100% of that day, we have understaffed sections when you combine the 2 grade levels. I know that's really complicated, but I wanted you to see that the target is moving and the class sizes are moving, and that is creating the inefficiencies that you saw in the per pupil costs. Okay, So let's go ahead and take a look at, so this is our first grade class. I did not do kinder because kinder does not have, it's a half-day program, and it is operating closer to what we would like to see if we could have a fully staffed program. But this is our first grade model when we go to full day. We have currently 64 kids in Sunrise Drive in the first grade, and that is currently how those class sizes split up when they are together and joined, and in the right, where they are separated into Chinese immersion. You'll notice that I put on the top the optimal class size for that is 24. So on the left, those two first columns are what Sunrise Drive looks like throughout the day. That's not including any pullout that happens for any other special services needs, so those class sizes could actually get reduced from there. And then on the right, you're going to see what our two traditional programs are staffed like. Again, 24 is what we want. It's 24 plus 1, so when you get to 25, you're tapping that higher ends of what we see as optimal. So the other thing you're going to notice about Manzanita, we have combo classes. So essentially those 3 combo classes.
You're talking about grade level company.
Yes, so the parentheses numbers are the kids from the second grade class, and the numbers on the left-hand side of that equation are the kids that are actually in first grade. And I didn't describe that, but the overall number, then you see that 50 breakdown into 225 classes. So that's where those numbers are coming from. So that gives you an idea of what we look like in first grade. Second grade, you have 88 kids at Sunrise Drive, optimal class size of 26 here. It goes up a little bit in second grade. And you can see what we look like when we're together, what we look like when we're apart, and then what our other true traditional programs are staffed in. Again, with the combo classes, that is not something we've been able to accomplish at Sunrise Drive with the small numbers due to the movement and the complexities of the program. It's hard then also to combine grade levels on top of that movement in and out of the program. And third grade, we have 76 kids, and that is how that's the breakdown for those classrooms. And the other thing I will say is the numbers on the left is kind of what I would call our limiting factor. We can't take any more kids once we get those, and you're going to see this when we get to 4th grade, so go ahead and go to 4th grade.
I'm sorry, can you just say that again?
Yep. So we can only accept enough students when they're combined. So we have to staff our classrooms for when the kids are combined and not in Chinese immersion, because we can only accept enough kids that when we break them out into those combined classrooms, they're still manageable and not over the staffing numbers. Like there you're going to see a class size of 27, 24, 25. Sometimes they divide out, not perfectly even. But if we were to accept enough kids that we were making them 26 when they are separated, that would put our other numbers over. So our limiting factor really is that combined number.
So in other words, we have to kind of cap enrollment on the traditional side for the period of time that everybody is combined during the day.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you'll see, of course, Canyon View and Manzanita class sizes,
Oh.
and then the 5th grade.
Sorry, can we stay on that for a moment, please?
Sure.
I understand the capping and what you're trying to say there, but hypothetically, though, it would take another 25 students to be enrolled so that we could open in a completely new classroom in the on the traditional side, correct?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, 4th grade, we just looked at, and I'm gonna go lastly to 5th grade.
5th.
And here's our 5th grade numbers.
This is 5th grade?
Yep.
Wow.
And we have, our optimal class size here is 29. We have 90 kids in the program. We do have, I would have to ask Ms. Davidson, those numbers are a little off on that.
Yeah, why is 119 and the other two are so high in the 30s?
Yeah, that's why I would, could you speak to that, Andrea? Sorry, she wasn't expected.
We keep putting Andrea.
Yeah, she mentioned this last time.
Yeah, I remember, but I don't remember the reason for that. The disparity on the left side there.
I hope someone they split up.
Fifth grade is a unique situation. The reason the class size of 19 in the middle, that's called our second rotation, is low compared to the other two rotations, that is the rotation where our immersion children engage in science, as well as Mandarin literacy, and that's the time when the traditional students also. So that is the only rotation where we have two teachers teaching science. If you're an immersion student, you must have science rotation 2. It's not offered at any other time during the day. There are 16 immersion students, so there's only enough for one rotation. However, we want to provide access to our programming to the 16 students, and one program that they benefit from, some of them, is 6th grade accelerated math, which is a middle school course that is also only offered one time. We only have enough students to offer it once during the day. So that's offered purposefully in a different rotation so that the immersion students may have access to it. So that's offered during the first rotation. That leaves one rotation for ELA if you are an immersion student. Oh, I forgot another program. If I could step back. Give me 30 seconds, rewind. There's another program that we offer to the students, and that is a social studies class that is combined with the science class, and that's also offered during the second rotation, and that's a gifted programming IDS. So what we're trying to do is provide options for all students to attend the programming, but Arizona revised statutes mandates that students must have 120 minutes of ELA. So we must also protect the ELA. And so that creates a situation where 2 of our ELA classes and 1 of our math classes that's at the 5th grade level, they're large. And actually our 6th grade accelerated is large as well. It's above 30. So it's because of all of the programming that we're offering to students, and some of the programming is only offered once a day. And that's why they are not evenly distributed, because these numbers are actually children who need special programming during the day. It's not just dividing any commodity. They have specific needs.
And so,
which is another cost, which we did not include in our cost. We provide, because of the large class sizes, we provide instructional assistants to be in the classrooms, which we haven't accounted for in our cost analysis, because it probably a 1-year. It's just this year, most likely, because of the way the 4th grade is matriculating up. No? Oh, okay.
I want to be very clear, and I said this at the last meeting. This situation happens once in a while, and this situation is not a result of immersion. This situation occurred because we had many late registrations that came late in the spring and over the summer. So I just want that part to be clear. Our 5th grade is a unique situation. It happens once in a while with a cohort of children. I will work really hard again this year so that we're making the right predictions with Ms. Westover and Dr. Bartlett to avoid this problem. I'm going to say in past years it doesn't happen frequently, but in the 11 years I've been at Sunrise as a principal, it has happened 2 times in the past as well. And it's always due to those late registrations.
And it's, I assume, late registration of resident students that
Yes.
yeah, you take.
Correct.
We can't say that we are at capacity. Got it. Thank you.
Sorry.
So those were the staffing options and models, thank you, Ms. Davidson, that I wanted you to see and why it isn't just impacting the Chinese immersion classes. It is really larger than that. The next slide that I wanted to show you is a current staffing. Where we are at, this particular chart is really a rudimentary staffing chart. So on the left, you have your grade levels, the number of students currently at each grade level, the average class size when you are considering the amount of FTE we are currently allocating to that grade level. So on the right, you are looking at what we are currently staffed at for each of those grade levels, which then gives you your average class size, which you can see is in some places significantly under those projected numbers that I had shared with you that we were looking for. And then you're going to see that Chinese language and culture, that 0.33 that Dr. Bartlett spoke of, and then the 0.5 is an additional person that comes down to help with the language and culture class. So in total right now, and this is without specials, without art, anything like that, this is what we are spending is 20.83 on our classroom teacher instruction, okay? Then on the right would be taking the exact same students, the exact same numbers of students. Now I know that number is fluid, it will change up and down. What I wanted you to see, what would that look like if we weren't spending that on the Chinese immersion program? Because I wanted you to see a staffing model. Our prediction, we are not recommending a complete phase out of the program. What you're seeing on the right would be a complete phase out of the program. I wanted you to see
of the program.
Yes, I wanted you to see what the staffing would look like if it were a traditional program today.
So you're talking about Delta 4 FTEs?
Roughly, a little over.
Roughly, yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about kindergarten? I know kinder is different because of the 0.5 and half ADM, and I know, and then there's the Kinder Plus component. But since we offer Chinese immersion at kindergarten, how does that work? Those kids, that has to be in the kinder, not in the Kinder
Yes.
Plus.
So the
Right.
1.5 right in there.
Yeah.
There are 3 classrooms at part-time. So 2 are traditional classrooms, and a 0.5 is where your Chinese immersion comes in. So you're right. They're just a half-time program. I explained that right, Ms. Davis?
May I offer some clarification? Sure. And I might have misunderstood part of the presentation before. I think kindergarten is an anomaly as well, but in a different manner, in that it's not included. Those children are not included in a traditional class. And so, right, it is, the immersion teacher has them for the entire time. And so,
3.5 hours is their entire day.
Right. Okay, you're not saying including Kinder Plus.
No, they're half day,
And
which
it's
is
just
funded.
one half of a day. We don't
Half of the
have
teacher.
2 sections,
No.
one in the morning, one in the
Correct.
afternoon. Because we don't have that many students, enough
Correct.
students to do that. Yeah, got it.
And if those students stay for Kinder Plus, then it's a tuition based and.
the families are paying for that
Right.
FTE
Okay.
through
I think
tuition.
This might be a good place to discuss, what's the difference between ratios and average class size, right? So it's been reported from, during public comment about, well, they're reporting a 16-to-1 ratio. That's adults to students on campus, not class sizes.
And it's
So
not just teachers
As
either.
we've reported, no, it's not just teachers, it's adults. So that includes your librarian, it includes your principal, it includes your EAs, it includes every adult on campus. It's not a class size. What we've presented to you tonight is the actual class sizes, not a ratio of adult to students.
Thank you. Okay.
Could I ask
Yeah.
a clarifying question that actually refers back to the previous slide?
The lovely fifth grade classroom? Oh, that one.
This one.
Yeah.
And all of these models. So basically my understanding is that when we talk about these goals of 300 enrolled, it's where this model gets optimized so that we've got exactly what
Yes.
we're full capacity.
You've got a full rotation. That group stays together. You've got a group of 25. And once they rotate, you've got another group of 25. So they go from Chinese to English and from English to Chinese. And you have one teacher that covers both sets of those kids. And you never have that reduction where we're pulling out of everything. So yes, that is where that comes in. You know, we realize that those numbers are really high, but in order to really sustain the program, it does require you to have a solid group of kids that you can break into two large groups, right? Or groups that are at least equitable to what you have in your traditional classrooms. You're welcome. Okay, so moving forward, I have one more slide on some data. Okay, we were also asked to present to you the open enrollment, resident and district open enrollment. So this chart, I'll explain this chart a little bit here. So you have three types of students. You have resident students, which is the top line. You have OEI, which is what we call them, and those are in-district students who attend Sunrise Drive but are not in the boundaries for Sunrise Drive. An example would be they are a Canyon View family that is open enrolled to Sunrise Drive, okay? Those are OEIs. Then OEX is students who are coming from out of our complete district boundaries. They are, you know, maybe in Tucson Unified boundaries and they're coming to our district. They're open and enrolled to our district. So Sunrise Drive currently, from the 477 when I pulled the data, are 211 of our resident students so of the 477, 211 are resident students. That makes up 44% of Sunrise Drive, okay? I'm gonna go across that horizontally. So I then looked at the yellow columns. The yellow columns are our traditional program. So that's the Chinese students removed, okay? So of the 211 resident students, 172 are resident students in the traditional program that are opting for traditional program. 39 are Chinese immersion students who are resident students. So those percentages that you're seeing are of the total population, not of that, you know, of what makes up the Chinese program, what makes up the traditional program. Those percentages, so 36% of the overall student enrollment is made up of resident traditional students, okay? Then you're gonna see the in-district. So 13% of Sunrise Drive is in-district transfers and 8% is in the traditional program, 5% of that is in the Chinese immersion program. Then you'll see the out-of-district. So 42% is out of district, 33.54% of those kids are in our traditional program. 8% of those kids are sitting in the Chinese immersion program. Questions?
When we look at this a slightly different way and we say we're looking at OEX as a percent total, for our students enrolled in traditional program, the 160 over 372 gives us 43%. And so that's within, if we're just looking at that yellow column, total students enrolled in traditional program.
160 over 477.
160 over 372. too.
Okay, so
if we're
you're
just
wanting
looking
to know what the traditional student makeup looks like without Chinese immersion in it?
Well, that piece is 43%. And then if you go over and do the same calculation for the total students enrolled in Chinese immersion, it is 40% OEM.
So if you're looking at just the Chinese immersion program, Tom,
Right.
you're right. That program is made up of 40% out of district students. However, that only makes up 8% of Sunrise Drive.
But, and I think what I was looking for was more the comparability between, is there a dramatic difference in the out of district?
The makeup.
Right.
And there's really not.
There isn't,
It's
no.
a pretty consistent makeup.
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, the
Wanna follow
makeup
you?
of resident
Almost right on.
and open enroll and non-resident open enroll, that makeup is very similar for traditional and for Chinese immersion.
In other words, we're not seeing that the Chinese immersion program is pulling exponentially greater in terms of open enrollment students, right? We're seeing it on parents.
The Chinese immersion
It's still a nice number, but it's in line with the number overall.
Exactly.
At Sunrise Drive.
So 40% are open enrolled for the Chinese program, 43% are open enrolled for the traditional program. Overall, it means that 42%, I think it is, are pulling of Sunrise Drive's population is open enrollment. So we're not seeing, for example, 60 or 70% of our Chinese immersion students are open enrollment, right? We're pulling at a very, very similar percentage across the board. I think that's the point you're trying to make.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's that makeup, the similarity of that makeup to understand if it's a draw in a disproportionate way.
Yes.
It appears to not be.
It is not a draw in a disproportionate way, neither positively nor negatively.
Okay. Hopefully that was helpful.
Thank you.
Very much.
All right. So the board, 2 weeks ago, hang on. 2 weeks ago, the board asked us to bring some information about transitioning Mandarin immersion. Hello? Hang on.
It is on, it's just.
Let me just do this. So 2 weeks ago, you asked for information about changing the immersion program to a world language offering like what we have at the K-5 for Spanish, that all of our students, K-5, if they're not in an immersion program, they go to a Spanish classroom at all of our schools for a world language option. At Ventana Vista, they do the same. It's just a bit different in terms of the targets that they're teaching to because of the students that have different end-of-year proficiency targets. So there are some considerations to this. The first and probably most important one is the program timeline. If we were to change to this option, we would discontinue the gradual phase-out schedule, and Chinese immersion would end in May 26 of this coming year so that we could run world languages starting next year. We can't run those two programs simultaneously. That would be impossible. To do like a phase in, phase out of one. We would immediately reassign for the coming year our Chinese immersion teachers to our traditional classrooms. That might be at Sunrise Drive and it might be at other elementary schools depending on where the openings lie. We would allocate FTE to K-5 Chinese world language classrooms. And then our students, if we're to replicate what we do with world languages at other sites, the Chinese immersion students and any other student who would like to take Chinese as a world language would take that course. And they would be in the program as outlined below. The kindergartners in world languages spend about 60 minutes a week. Sometimes that's 30 minutes here and 30 minutes on another day. Sometimes it's an hour. Usually it's changed into an hour because of scheduling issues where we have competing programs, and that's the only way we can make it work. Or in grades 1 to 5, there are 2 to 4 sessions per week depending on the campus and the needs of that campus for a total of 120 minutes per week.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Sorry, and maybe you're going to get to this in the next slide, and I'm jumping the gun. But okay, so in this model, students would
choose between Spanish or Chinese?
Yes.
Okay, so I remember, I think it was when my kids were in kindergarten, that the district introduced Spanish as a core curriculum class. So and that was done for philosophical reasons. I mean, a lot of reasons that we said as a district. Well, I mean, I didn't have anything to do with it then, but that we wanted our students all to learn Spanish. So if we move to something like this, where we're now all kids can elect out of Spanish, what do you say to that?
Well, I do have a slide about that.
They'd be electing into a different language.
I know they'd be electing a different one, but Spanish was. I mean, we didn't pick Latin, we didn't pick French, we didn't pick we picked Spanish for a reason.
For obvious reasons. We're in
Right,
Tucson, Arizona. Spanish is the obvious choice for our world languages program. But to examine another option, if we were to offer Spanish concurrently with Mandarin Chinese, that could lead to other issues that I could go into.
But I understand that, I mean, currently immersion students aren't taking Spanish. So
No, they're taking Chinese literacy. Their equivalent is Chinese literacy and culture
I understand
class.
that.
So, one of the things that we have to consider is program equity and staffing. And if we're to follow what we typically have done in this district, we would offer Chinese as a world language at all 3 of the elementaries, not Ventana Vista, obviously, because that's a completely Spanish immersion school. This is something that we've done since I've been here for the last 31 years. That I can give an example of our Spanish immersion program. When our first cohort moved up to 6th grade, we had at Orange Grove and across the district, we had heritage learner classes. We designed a program for former Spanish immersion students, the Global Solutions program that was offered at Esparero Canyon Middle School. Those 2 programs were different. And so we talked with students and teachers at Orange Grove. There was an outcry at Orange Grove where they wanted the same program. And the details were this. This is the tea. And so the Heritage Learner classes were awesome, but they were based around literacy and literature. And so although I love reading Jorge Luis Borges poems, and I love to do literary analysis, our middle school students typically don't. Back then, too, we didn't have a lot of information, a lot of resources about what we could do for our Heritage Learner population. And once our Heritage Learner students over at Orange Grove and our Esparero former immersion students, who also included some Heritage Learner students, play on the same club soccer teams. They see each other in other venues. They talk to each other. And so the messages that I got at my office when I was the director of World Languages and Immersion was, Senora Castro, why can't I do global solutions and study about solving problems in my world using Spanish? Why can't I do some of the studies that they're doing at Esparero, like talking about water waste, talking about how we need to install new drinking fountains that save water because we live in the desert? I want to do that instead of analyze the poetry of Pablo Neruda. And I was like, let's talk more about Neruda because he's amazing. No. But we understood that it wasn't relevant to their lives. They told us what they wanted and we gave it to them. And so that's one example of many things that we've done in our district over time where if we offer a program in one school, we offer in others. The only difference is immersion because we don't have enough enrollment for many, many schools. And so that's just one example of how in the immersion program we offered it at Esparero and at Orange Grove for our former Spanish immersion students and students who are heritage learners or who have experience with the language that puts them at a comparable level of proficiency to those who are in the program. So that's why we would offer it at the 3 elementary schools instead of just at Sunrise Drive. This means that each school would need equal FTE for both Spanish and Chinese, since students could choose either language. Using this year's Chinese immersion enrollment as a baseline, we would need 5 Chinese teachers across the 3 sites to fully staff this program.
Let me explain that further.
Sure.
So currently we have 1.5 FTE Spanish teachers at each of our elementary schools. So as Ms. Westover explained, a classroom is a classroom unit, and they go to their PE together, and they go to their art class together, and they go to their music, art, and PE together. But now you're going to say you're not going to go to your Spanish together. Some of you are going to go to Spanish, and some of you are going to go to Chinese based on your choice. So then this, whatever that Chinese or Spanish class is going to be reduced to a lower number again.
So
And
we end
have
up with
that.
the same staffing efficiencies or
Exactly.
similar staffing efficiencies, but at 3 elementary schools
Exactly.
instead.
And then in future years, if this model were adopted at ECMS, we would also have to offer
Correct.
Chinese.
Correct.
And just to be clear, for the sake of discussion, if we did not offer it at all elementary schools and rather at one elementary school, so Sunrise Drive, where the immersion program currently is, for example, those staffing and class size inequities would persist even just at one school.
Correct. And we would not need the 5 Chinese teachers, we would need 1.5, because that's what they currently have in Spanish teachers, is 1.5.
You're still going to have that
Yeah.
scheduling challenge of breaking out.
Right.
Although it'd be a little less complicated than what we're doing now, or maybe not.
Not
really.
necessarily,
Not
because
really.
because if you say you have 16 kids in Chinese immersion, but they're not all going to be placed in one classroom, they're going to be placed in 3 different classrooms, and so 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 are from one classroom, and any other traditional student who chooses
to take Chinese, yeah.
Chinese as their language would be added in there. So it could be 10 or more. We don't know.
Or
And
you
then
could end
also-
up with 5 kids in Chinese world languages and 30 kids in Spanish.
And then, because ECMS is fed by
Or vice versa.
Ventana Vista and Canyon View, this would only be offered at Canyon View.
Correct.
And not Ventana Vista.
Correct.
So in later years, the pool for middle school would be even possibly smaller.
Potentially, yes.
Good thought. Thought of that.
Good. Okay, so that last bullet point is what you just discussed, that
It
would
is.
result in the same inequities. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, I heard you ask if this was even a possibility pedagogically. It is. I've seen over the course of my career, I've seen immersion teachers, ELD teachers, English language, the ones who serve our students who are learning English, and world languages teachers, because we share many of the same strategies in teaching kids how to use language to communicate. I've seen teachers shift between programs. It doesn't mean it's super simple. It's harder for a world language teacher to shift into immersion. It's easier for an immersion teacher to shift into world language, but it still requires support and time and a change in focus. So that instructional focus change, we'd be shifting from teaching content through language to teaching language for communicative purposes. You heard me present our world language refresh, you know what our program is about. It's about communication. There are pedagogical considerations as well. We can't just change somebody's schedule and expect them to be able to teach in a world language classroom without giving some professional development for that. That would have to happen this summer in a very immersive way. It would have to be very quick timeline. We do share many of the same strategies to teach language. It's just different applications of teaching those strategies. We all follow the tenets of second language acquisition about comprehensible input, the idea of interaction, the idea of can-do statements. World language is a bit more cyclical in using our strategies such as circling, repetition, because we can dig into a thematic unit a variety of ways, and the content teacher over in immersion, she has to get to those academic standards. She has to make meaning very clear, using lots of visuals, using past knowledge, things that they built on from a previous content area. But we do share a lot of the same strategies. The curriculum resources, I saw in the immersion committee's work when Ms. Neese and I think it was Ms. Chen, they talked about this as well in the immersion committee, and they talked about how Mandarin Matrix could be used as a resource. That's true. Mandarin Matrix does provide a wealth of of reading materials that students can use for comprehensible input, but it's not the only resource that they would be able to use in a world languages program. Once those immersion kids filter out, it would be definitely, we need other resources there as well, so we would have to identify those. Typically what we found in our district is we're best off when our teachers create their own units. And so this would be teachers spending time this summer creating thematic units that go along with kind of the Spanish sequence of instruction. We found that it's been more helpful in our last refresh to keep, so for example, if Ning He at the high school is teaching a unit on foods, that's going to look very different than the foods that David Gordon next door to her is going to be teaching. But there are some things like free time activities or after school activities where you have to find pictures and realia videos with no sound that we can share between the teachers. And so it would be finding all of those to share across the sites. And then we could probably purchase at this point some supplemental materials that are aligned with our unit goals and can-do statements, but experience tells us that it's not, in Spanish there are not a lot out there, in Chinese there's less, fewer resources, and our teachers tend to want to create their own. So in a nutshell, that's what we found out about world languages as an option. If you have questions about that, we could probably stop here and discuss those or move on.
Any other questions on this one? No. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So now we're coming to our proposal. The proposal is a phase-out schedule from 2025-26, starting now, where we offer all in K-5. Next year, not offering kindergarten, each year thereafter offering one less grade level, culminating in the year 2030-31 with the fifth grade, the last fifth grade cohort leaving Sunrise Drive. Cave Creek was mentioned a couple times this week and last week, and I talked with Christina Lottis a lot when this was happening because it was a shock to their community when Chinese immersion was rubbed out basically from one day to the next, and that is not the way we want to do this. And I understand that our community wants us to keep it, but one of the options on the table would have been to completely close the program like they did at Cave Creek. We don't think that's the right way to do it. Our recommendation would be for the board to consider phasing it out so that we can honor our commitment to both our students who are currently enrolled and to our teachers. And our teachers, we have an excellent Chinese immersion team. This is a team of highly skilled teachers who could teach in traditional classrooms. They could be reassigned and be successful if that's what they want, and that's our intent. We hope they stay, just like we hope our families stay. We hope our teachers will stay as the program is phased out. They might not be able to be placed at Sunrise Drive. We'll do our best to honor their preferences on that, if it's possible at all. But we recommend the continuation of the program for our current students through 2030-2031. And we recommend that we also offer our teachers positions in the district for as long as they continue to want to be here. I know that there's frustration in the room. I think we've all been frustrated. I can tell you in the meetings that we've been at, no one is happy about this. This is a very sad thing to consider. I know it's very sad for the families that participate. I'm hoping that I've been invested heavily in this program since 2012. It's part of my life's blood to support anything that deals with immersion. But when I see the numbers and when I see the impact on other areas of our programming, even I have to admit that this is a decision that is the right one. It's hard for me to say that without bursting into tears, but I believe this is the right decision. We've been trying for years to get our numbers up, and when we started the one more thing and I'll be done. When we started the program, Mimi met up in Utah, told us this was going to be a hard sell in Tucson, Arizona, because we are in a place that values Hispanic for obvious reasons. Historically, geographically, Spanish is the language. We have a smaller pool of people who are interested in joining Chinese immersion. We see that at our high school. We have about 9 to 1. And we have Ninghe Helashe. She has about 9 times fewer students than we have in Spanish immersion. That's pretty normal for a place like us. Now, if we lived in Seattle, it would be different. If we lived up on the East Coast, Northeast, it would be different. And maybe even some parts of California, it would be different. But we're in Tucson, Arizona. It's very difficult to find those people. We've been looking since 2013. We've been trying to find people who are interested. And some people might say, we try very hard not to tell our students, and this is something I've kind of preached throughout the years, when we're counseling high school students, for example, when they don't know which language to take, they've come to us new, between Spanish and Chinese, we never tell them that Chinese is harder than Spanish, because you know what? It's not. It is linguistically distant from an English speaker's language. It does take more time to reach the same levels of proficiency, that's true. But you know what? There's a lot of parts of Chinese that one could consider easier than Spanish. Spanish is the land of many tenses. Chinese, they have markers, tense markers. So I've talked a lot about this with the Chinese teachers. They've helped me to understand that they don't even want to, yes, is Chinese a challenging language to learn because it's a Category 4 language? Absolutely. My daughter was a Spanish speaker at home. She learned Chinese in the Defense Language Institute. She was completely immersed, and it's pretty amazing what they can do. But finding people who want to take a Category 4 language, it's a harder sell in the area that we're in, and that's why we see at the high school the numbers that we see. I wish it were different, but it's not. A little cognitive dissonance on my end here as we're working our way through this. So we have one more slide to share with you.
So this is the cost of the phase-out program. Now, I will tell you, these figures are not reflective of any increases in staff compensation that we're going to offer. It's just based on the current staffing and the current costs of the program, diminished by a half a teacher each year. So you're still going to have the resource cost, and you're still going to have the personnel cost. We didn't include the visa cost because, you know, if we're going to phase it out, we're not going to be incurring new visa costs. So we didn't include those. So in the first year, the total, it's going to cost us $301,000, $302,000 basically. And then you can see each year it's going down by a half of a teacher until we get to 2030, 2031, which is still the cost of a full teacher. So it's over $1 million to phase this out. So this is not purely just a financial proposal for us. We do feel very, very committed to the students in this program being able to complete the program. That's why we're asking for a phase out. We're proposing a phase out and not just a cut of the program. We are committed. This has been a very difficult decision for us, but as the superintendent, my job is to be fiscally responsible with the funds that the district has from the state, from our community. This is a fiscally responsible way to phase out this program, and it's our fiscal responsibility to bring this proposal to you in this manner. So we don't take this lightly. This was a very hard decision. We have tried to hang on for many years with the enrollment going down and down further. We don't see with our demographics that we presented tonight that there is going to be a plethora of students that are going to come to us for a very niche program. It's a great niche program. Don't get me wrong, it's a great niche program. We don't do mediocre programs in CFSD. We do great programs, and this is a great program. But it's a very niche program, as Cheryl said. Those students interested in learning a Category 4 language. So we are bringing this forward to you for your consideration and a vote as the phase out with our best recommendation and our financial responsibility for managing our district funds.
Thank you. Do you want to say something? Sorry, I have to scoot over. Do board members want a 5-minute break to stretch our feet, go to the bathroom? Okay, the only thing I want to add about that is let's try to be, it's already 9:30. We have a discussion ahead of us, so let's really just 5 minutes, and this is not a time for conversation. It's just going to be so that we can stretch our legs and go to the bathroom or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. You might want to keep that on because there may be questions. You might want to keep it on because there may be questions. Oh. Here. Oh. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, we'll just see what they have. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm not going out there. No way. Now discussion time. No. That'll be for another time. Okay. Questions.
Stretched.
You're so lucky. I was a teacher.
An athlete before that.
Exactly. I was a teacher and an athlete. Yeah. I can hold.
Oh, you're so sweet. I got my water, thank God. My cough drops this time. Thank you, Gina.
I went before we started the meeting, so and I have.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I had a feeling it would be a long one.
Ready? Shall we?
Are we ready? Yeah, you probably went.
Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you. Board members ready?
Yes.
Reconvene and open this up for discussion, and I am completely open to whatever format, process
Thank you.
one feels that want to lead us off.
I would love to make an opening comment if I may, which is to, first of all, thank Cheryl Castro for the, and Mindy Westover and Dr. Bartlett for the presentation. Second of all, to say that for those of you here in the room or online, please know that we take this situation very, very seriously. Our duty as the district's governing board is to look at these situations with objectivity, to look at the facts, to look at the data. Please know that from an emotional perspective, this is incredibly difficult. However, we cannot let our emotions guide our conversation over the coming minutes, hours, however long we are together here today. So in other words, please don't read into a perceived lack of emotion that you may see from us here. Okay? So with that said, I would like to ask if any of my colleagues have questions or discussion topics that you would like to begin with.
I have a question.
You go into the mic.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
Yes.
Between two mics here. It is a little weird, isn't it? If this program is phased out, I think we can assume that enrollment doesn't stay static. So we might have X number of students in second grade this year. Perhaps next year it's X minus Y. Because of the nature of the program, we don't allow students in just to enroll unless they test in.
Correct.
So logically, one could assume that in ensuing years, if this program were to phase out, that the numbers that we have enrolled now would not stay static. They're likely, more than likely, to go down. If that were to happen, I know this is a proposed phase out, at what point has any discussion been made or thought of about future year costs should enrollment go down so much that we have an even bigger problem with smaller class sizes, a smaller pool of students, and a higher per student cost, and lack of equity across school as a result?
We have not discussed any further than what this first year phase out was going to be. Do we anticipate there will be some attrition? Yes, because there's attrition every year. Do we think it's going to be at a higher rate? We don't know. We hope not. We hope that the families who are in the program want to stay in the program. That is what we are banking on, and that is what we are designed. That's why we did this phase out. So as each year, as we do every program, we will reevaluate with enrollment numbers. Every year, we can't make a final statement of what we will do because we don't know what's going to happen. Our goal is to maintain the phase out as is until the last cohort has completed. And it may be fewer students, yes, and it's going to be a higher cost, but our commitment is to those students at this point.
At this point.
And unless we have another discussion.
Okay. But that could happen in the future, where the costs become so high or the student pool becomes so low that the phase out becomes a termination.
Well, the cost isn't going to get any higher, though. The cost of the phase out, that's the maximum cost that it would be. If we reduce students, we might be able to decrease teachers at a faster rate, which would bring down the cost. But the cost isn't going to go up.
Cost is the cost. Yeah. Thank you.
I think what you're driving at is that the class sizes could get smaller in the Chinese immersion classes and even larger in the traditional classes.
Which leads to more inequity.
Yes, so that, yes, absolutely. But the cost in and of itself, what we're seeing here is the maximum cost of phasing out the program. So continuing, Dr. Bartlett, on that thread that Jacqueline opened up, if we were to see a significant increase in enrollment next year for first grade, where we're continuing the program in first grade, and appreciate it's a test in, however, at first grade, I would anticipate it's more likely that students would be able to test into it.
They don't have to test in first grade.
They don't test in first grade. Okay,
even in K or 1.
Even better. Thank you for correcting me. So if we were to see a significant increase in enrollment for first grade, is this a two-way door decision? Is that something then where potentially we might be looking at reversing the phase out if we were to see a significant increase in first grade enrollment next year?
Well, a significant increase would be
46 to 50 students.
46 to 50 students.
Additional.
Additional.
Yes.
Which has never happened.
No, but if we were, okay, we can. If we were, we heard from a lot of very invested community members this evening, which I fully appreciate everybody's comments. If we were to see that significant increase in enrollment, is this a two-way door decision that potentially, we could reverse the phase out and we could say, okay, we now have the numbers to support the program?
We have not discussed that. You would still not have a kindergarten cohort to move up to first grade that next year.
Understood.
So then you're going to be even further in the hole that next year. So it's really not a two-way door because you're not going to have a kindergarten cohort if we phase this out next year. So then if we got a lot of first graders, they would move to second grade. We wouldn't have no kids moving up to first grade.
Understood.
However, you'd have to find 50 more kids.
You'd have to find 50 more kids, which I understand. But what I'm driving at here is if we were to see a significant increase in enrollment next year, is there any reason why we could not consider keeping the program going?
No, there's no reason we could not. I'm not sure that we would make that recommendation.
Which is fair, but I'm not asking you to make that decision at this point because there's too many hypotheticals.
There's no reason that we could not. That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The flip side to that, if I could play devil's advocate, Gina, is that would require, when we have many families that are saying they're willing to invest in this, but it would also require resources on our end to continue to market and develop the program.
Agree.
So, to my mind, if there's not a reasonable basis to believe that it can be brought up to levels that it has never been brought up in over a decade, is that a reasonable assumption to make to continue to put resources in?
And I'm not suggesting that we should continue to put resources into it. If we approve the phase out, I'm not suggesting we should necessarily put resources in. What I'm reacting to is the community's very explicit and eloquently stated desires to help with recruitment. Right? So just trying to explore that a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
So I understand, basically, there would be no additional.
Mike.
Does this work?
All right.
That's
Not been
better.
an issue before, but that one does not
Well,
seem to be working, right?
When I was on 2 weeks ago,
had
it was
a hard
hard to
time
hear Tom. So that's why.
You're just a soft-spoken
I guess I am. All right, I'll try to fix that. So behind that question, I think, if I'm understanding that correctly, is that nothing about the phase out as currently proposed would change because that first grade cohort would exist as it is anyway. So then it becomes if we can add 50 students to that, we haven't done anything else, but that demonstrates the feasibility or the viability of the program. And then it becomes, okay, we have to solve the problem of an empty kindergarten class coming in. But your question is basically, is there anything keeping that from happening?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. And it sounds like there's not, that could then come back to the table and we could, if the administration were to make a recommendation that we reverse the phase out because we see a bumper level of registration and we want to have another run at it, it sounds like that potentially could happen. But again, I'm not trying to paint anyone into a corner. I'm not trying to say that would happen.
But what I have to say is that next year, when you're trying to get 50 kindergartners, you can't hire a teacher until you have them.
Correct.
And we can't wait till the first day of school to get the 50. I mean, it would have to be a certain date that we would have to have this number, and we can't extend that because we have to offer contracts, we have to hire tests, we have to. So it's not as simple as just going, on August 10th we have 50 kids, we can now do this.
Yeah.
It's not that easy.
Registered,
Absolutely.
which means February.
Correct.
Because contracts go out in March.
Correct. And we could not commit to a contract
Right.
if we didn't have the students.
Good point.
Denise, we were talking about the unusual problem that we have in 5th grade at Sunrise Drive right now, and I think Andrea said that it was because we had an unusual number of in-district people move in and claim some of the spaces. So it makes me think, Do we at times turn down open enrollment students at Sunrise Drive because of that kind of a capacity issue or effect with all the specials that are happening at Sunrise Drive?
Yes, we would. I don't think we had to this year, but we would have to because of the capacity.
Okay.
We wouldn't accept more open enrollment unless we had 25 where we could open another classroom, right?
Gotcha.
But if there's 2 or 3, no, we wouldn't be able to accept them because we would be at capacity.
So we theoretically would have more capacity for open enrollment students at Sunrise Drive Elementary.
Correct.
If we go down this path.
Correct.
And have we ever had waiting lists at Sunrise Drive in the past?
Yes,
Yeah.
in the past, but you know,
No, I mean, I know we do at
declining
Manzanita.
enrollments and birth
Yeah.
rates and things, it hasn't been recent, but
I hear ya.
yes, we have.
Okay, thank you.
And does Manzanita's open enrollment affect, can that affect Sunrise Drives in terms, I know that when parents open enroll, they list their first choice, second choice. Do parents who may list Manzanita as a first, but it would, is that a typical preference because Sunrise Drive is closer
Yes,
to
it
the
is.
west side?
It is. And if we can't offer their first choice, we often offer them their second choice or third choice.
And do you have any idea, like, do they take that or do they then just go away?
Oftentimes, oftentimes, yes.
So can I just ask you to explain just, so when you say the program was optimal at 300, that's what it was designed for. Is that based primarily on staffing model?
It is a staffing model, but it's also having 2 classes so that you can have an English partner teacher. So you have 25 in Chinese at one time and 25 in English, and then those whole classes switch. So then you would have, then the Chinese would go into English and the English would go into Chinese. So that's the optimal part of it, is that you have a partner teacher that otherwise, you know, we have had our immersion teachers teaching both English and Chinese. And it's not our preferred model. We have, they've done it, like Cheryl said, they have done anything we've asked them to do to make this program work, but it's not optimal. That 50-50, that 25 students or 50 students is for that English partner teacher and having 2 full classes so that the whole class can switch.
And how long has it been since we've been able to operate that way?
I believe, Andrea, do you know, I think it's since the pandemic. Would it be? Yeah, okay.
This table shows that in 2020, 2021 was the last time we had 2 partner teachers. And then in 21, 22, we moved to grouping, like 3rd and 4th had 2 teachers, but K, 1st, 2nd, and 5th had 1 teacher. And then since then, it's been 1 teacher.
So it's been.
So there was some commentary that we're holding Chinese immersion to a higher standard and, you know, with that 25 number. And I'm not sure I 100% understood the comment, but what I did hear in the presentation was the reason we want these really robust enrollment numbers is due to the attrition and the fact that you can't enter the program in the middle of the program, beyond that 1st grade level, which makes a lot of sense to me when you understand how kids actually get into the program, unless they can test in, of course. And I just wanted to comment on that because that comment did strike me, and I'm just kind of going through my list of public comments to try to address some of that.
And Eileen, I think another way to look at that would be we don't hold them to a higher standard. We want them to be staffed like the other classrooms. In fact, as you look at the data from year to year, we've let classes run happily that are well below what our staffing ratio is because it's immersion and because we know they face specific challenges and because we want the program to work. And so If some of the class numbers that we see here, if they'd been traditional classes, they would not have run.
No, I know.
And especially, I'm going to say it again, when we were facing the possibility of not being able to give our staff raises, we looked at our staffing and we staffed them very tightly for this year. And so, so that we could financially give our teachers a better raise. We had some understaffed classrooms and we tightened those up at wherever we could, the high school, the middle schools, the elementary schools.
Which goes to another comment that we heard earlier this evening, what we've been doing to tighten the belt elsewhere.
Yes.
And everyone at this table knows that we do little else than tighten the belt anywhere we possibly can. The budget discussions are always about how do we do more with less. And I just wanted to call that out because this district is very, very fiscally responsible. We've always had fiscally responsible leadership. And I think, Dr. Bartlett, you've been particularly creative in some of the ideas that you've had to try to make ends meet, which is a constant struggle. I've been on this board for 11 years, and we've never had a year where, like, gosh, we can do whatever we want to do. We can give our teachers everything we want to give them. It's never been like that, and I don't expect it to be like that anytime soon. And I just want to say that as a board member, for the length of years that I've been a board member, I have no qualms whatsoever about this district's husbanding of its resources in a very fiscally and efficient way. And I just want to be on record as saying that.
Agreed. Agree. So we are hearing a lot of conversation in the presentation and in commentary about our schools needing to be at capacity. And we're hearing about cutting a program, which on the surface appears to be at odds, right? Can you speak about that, please?
Well, capacity for our schools is how we run efficiently. So the per pupil spending and the funding that we bring in is how we run efficiently. So schools at capacity, any school under capacity is an inefficient school, which is why you're hearing of schools closing in Phoenix, in Tucson. We know amphitheater is amphitheater is closing, because when you have a school that's built in the case of amphitheater for 1,200 and there's only 200 students in that school, you're still cooling every room, you're still heating every room, you still have a principal and a nurse and all of the same staffing levels. So running the schools at capacity is the efficient use of district resources, which is why we talk about running them at capacity. And that's why we have class capacities, because that is where it's efficiently run. So our capacity for kindergarten, we want it at 23, 24. You can see it, you saw at, at Canyon View, they have 25 in their kindergarten classroom because we didn't have enough to open a new classroom. So things like that. So running our schools at capacity is how we maintain our fiscal responsibility. So that's why we are accepting open enrollments all the time. We do enroll our students all year long. We accept open enrollment students all year long so that we can maintain that capacity at the sites.
But cutting a program seems counterintuitive then, right? So can you reconcile those two?
Well, we're phasing the program out. So we're actually allowing those students to maintain. So we're hoping, our goal is those students to continue. So we're not actually cutting it all out right away. And then we were going to have to backfill with a more open enrollment for the students who were, the kindergarten program first and then the first grade program. So we're going to have to increase our recruitment of traditional students.
And your assumption is that it is easier to recruit to a traditional classroom than to a Chinese immersion classroom.
yeah, it's hard to recruit to any program in these days because of the birth rates and things, but a niche program is much more difficult. And any funding that we're spending promoting and recruiting for a niche program, we're not recruiting for our traditional program. We only have a limited budget for recruitment and advertising. And whatever we're spending on a niche program, we're not spending in our traditional recruitment.
And I will add that we're at capacity at Manzanita and some of our Canyon View classrooms. We are, I think, at capacity at some of our traditional programs at Sunrise Drive. We are not at capacity in our immersion programs. So the demand for our traditional program in terms of open enrollment is higher
than the
for that
immersions.
program.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit? I want to address one of the speakers kind of suggested maybe there were some nefarious actors in this process in terms of violating law and policy, and that predetermined and genuine deliberation and that sort of thing. We can, as a board, we can address the genuine deliberation piece, but can you address some of those other accusations?
Well, as stated, the board is the group, not this board, but the board is the group that approved the beginning of this program, and we're bringing it to you as the group to consider the phase out. We, as an administrative team, have had our conversations based on every analysis of all the programs. But no, there were no behind the scenes nefarious acts going on. As administrators, that is our job, to look at every program in the district and to make recommendations. So that is what we're doing. That's why we're bringing it to you to vote on it, because you instituted the program, you voted to institute the program, the board must institute to phase that out. We can't do that without your approval.
I made a comment last time that there was no kind of political pressure or any kind of communication
No.
from any state or federal government, that there was
No.
nothing like that. There was nothing, no other community. We weren't hearing from community members about any objection, that there was like a political, like we shouldn't be offering anything like this. I mean, I think we can all attest to that. I assume you take our word for it. But in terms of the suggestion about law and policy, that this is not the kind of, I'm trying to remember how it was phrased, about the way curriculum is developed and programs are approved. I mean, there is nothing that was done inconsistent with law or policy.
No.
That's my opinion as well.
No.
I just wanted to clear the air on that.
Okay.
It's not how we function here.
No.
It never has been. This district researches the heck out of everything they do and takes great pains to follow all applicable Arizona state law in every move that we make. We're very, very careful. Our administration has always been very, very careful. And I'm going to just echo what you said. I have no qualms or concerns about that in any way.
Thank you. Agree. Just whilst we're sort of clearing up a few bullet points here, correct me if I'm wrong, Sunrise Drive is not a Title I school, is it?
That's another, they are a targeted assisted, we have no full Title I schools. To be a Title I school, you have to have 40 or 45% free and reduced lunch. That's a full Title I school. So Sunrise Drive is a targeted assisted school, meaning we have a certain percentage, much below 40, that are on free and reduced lunch, and so they do receive services for any deficiencies that they have. So we do receive a small portion of funding for Title I that we do use to provide interventions for students who are significantly at risk of not meeting third grade reading standards. So that is how the Title I funds are used, but we are not, our district is not a full Title I school district, nor is Sunrise Drive a full Title I school.
I think the suggestion of the comment was that there might be, that might be a source of funding that we would not be receiving, that we would lose along with the phase out of this program. Do you disagree with that statement or that suggestion, I take it?
I do. Yes, I disagree with that.
Was there another bullet point of clarification, Gina?
Not that I'm seeing right
Okay.
now, but
Okay. Okay.
I continue to go through them. I know we're trying to we're all looking at our notes.
I'm looking at my notes.
And so just perhaps
Bear with us.
You know, everyone in the audience, we do take detailed notes when people are speaking, and so collectively we are trying to address and reconcile some of those points that were raised. So if you see us looking at our computers or our phones or our notebooks, it's because we were taking notes and we want to reference back.
So one thing I noted from the last conversation was, I think there was a suggestion that perhaps we could tap into some corporate funding or specialized, funding, outside funding, research funding, something like that, in order to help support the program. And so I wondered if you could speak to whether that would even be possible, or if it's advisable, prudent, imprudent.
Well, we have received funding from the Confucius Institute each year. Not enough to sustain
Like
a program.
$10,000 a year.
$10,000
That's what I remember.
or something.
Yes.
Right.
So
I'm sorry, what was the amount?
$10,000 a year.
Yeah.
And how recently are we still, did that terminate?
You need to speak into your
Oh, I'm sorry,
microphone.
how recently did that terminate? That we,
I can't remember the exact year, but it was well before the pandemic that we lost
So
that
we're not
funding.
receiving that funding. So while it is legal to accept corporate sponsorships of programs, it's not advisable because it's very soft money. It goes with, do they want to contribute one year and not the next?
Yeah.
It's very
not a steady
soft
funding
money.
source.
You can't,
Or would there be conditions? But then do they have a say in the program? Right,
Correct.
Right.
Correct. So no, it's not advisable from our
We've
standpoint.
never done that, tried to
We have not done that.
outsource funding.
No.
For a particular program, we obviously take donations
Sure.
from folks, but we don't,
Sure.
I mean, and they may designate it to special education or literacy and fine arts or whatever it
Correct.
is, but not to sustain a program.
Or fund a full program.
Right, exactly.
That we do not have any programs that are fully
That are
funded.
fully funded by external sources.
No.
So to take this topic and sort of step back on it a little bit, I think part of where that idea came from was public comment around the impact that this program has on things like recruiting families to the area who bring grant money with them, for instance, or who are in some way significant to their institutions. So understanding there's a financial piece, there's also a general reputational piece to this. So my question would be, have we heard from any organizations, local institutions, et cetera, before this discussion, anytime in the past decade or so, saying, hey, this program is a really significant thing for us as an institution, please keep it going, or how can we support you, or anything like that?
No. Cheryl, no.
Could you rephrase it?
Yeah, so as we hear public comment about this program brought me here, and I have millions of dollars of grant money coming with me, or there are people who are families enrolled in this program who are significant to, say, the University of Arizona or to local companies. So my curiosity is, have we ever heard anything from those companies that would say, wow, this was a recruiting tool for them, or this did benefit them in some way?
I have not. I've heard the isolated stories that Julie Farberick reports on when she reports perhaps on an alum who's using their language in a certain way, or stories about her own kids, but I've not heard from businesses.
No one is lining up to donate to us.
Sure. And even besides
The
that,
closest
just to
thing I can think of is when we used to
But
attend.
they're not offering to even sponsor
a teacher.
No.
A visa.
No.
When there were business owners, when we used to attend the the Chinese New Year celebration at Centennial Hall. There was a banquet before or after that always, and there would be business leaders there, and they would say thank you for having this program. It's great, but there was no one who said that it was that they wanted to fund us or that it was a draw for their business.
Well, and even I want to kind of unplug this from the funding
Yes.
question and just
Yes.
say more
It's a
generally,
recruitment.
hearing specific feedback, not a funding offer, but this program really is significant for us or helps us recruit talent to the area or things like that.
What I've heard them say to me, and again, I'm just one person, but they always complimented us on our students, whose pronunciation, of course, and tonality was spot on. I can remember native speakers coming up to me and telling me that they couldn't tell. Their accent was so good, their tones were so good that they thought they were native speakers or at least heritage learners. Those are the kind of comments that I've heard, but I've not heard other than that.
So more of a quality of instruction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Nobody disputes.
Yeah.
Disputes. Right.
Can I ask?
Of course.
Okay.
Keep going.
So this goes back to the comment a couple minutes ago about questioning the laws and process. Beyond that, I think we've also all received emails from constituents. We've heard a lot of feedback. Maybe I inferred a suggestion that perhaps there was an institutional axe to grind with the Chinese Immersion Program, or for some reason that this program is being singled out in a way that other programs are not. And I want to connect that back to something that Cheryl mentioned earlier, that every program goes through a review every year. And so this is not anything that is a singling out in any way, but would love some clarification on that.
I'm just going to add, we will continue to look at the financial feasibility of all programs every year when we look at staffing. If the message that all of the demographic studies did not show us is that we need to be responsive, we need to be reactive, we need to be aware of the fact that our public school here in CFSD is stable. That's awesome. But we have to be really aware of all the financial implications, every program that we're offering. We have some phenomenal programs in this district. And those are certainly, along with our academic achievement, drawing students to Catalina Foothill School District. But every program, all the way down to every school as a whole, we have to look at. And, we don't want to be coming to you saying, we have to make another tough decision. We have to make another tough decision. We're trying to be responsive to the fact that we've had a program that for the last almost 10 years, we have been trying as hard as we can to keep it moving positively. So I think when you're saying, are you looking? Yes, we're looking at, unfortunately, things that we don't want to have to be looking at. Well, and not just this one.
I can give an example, a very micro kind of example that happened during our recent World Languages refresh. As the team was analyzing enrollment patterns at the middle school for Spanish, we had 4 classes, middle school 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. This was for the traditional track, not the former immersion student track. We realized that the staffing wasn't as efficient as it could be in those classes. Plus, we realized that we could teach to a small range of proficiency targets and get the same outcomes. And so we reduced that to 3 classes instead of 4. So that's a very micro example of something that we examined. Typically, these things come up during teacher meetings when we're examining our curriculum and our scheduling. That also was something that came up with meetings with the middle school principals when they were talking about the difficulty that puts when we have 4 world languages classes for the traditional world languages track, and then 3 classes for the former immersion students. That's 7 classes already. And if you've ever staffed a middle school, you know how difficult that is when we have 7 of those, plus we have 3 Chinese classes for students who are coming up as former immersion students. And so principals are always looking for ways to make scheduling more efficient so that they can get the kids into the classes that they need, but at a capacity that allows us to continue to operate at maximum levels. And I looked up the Confucius Institute, your previous question. Confucius Institute at the University of Arizona closed on July 31st, 2020.
Thanks.
I think that, to your point about having an axe to grind potentially, I think that everything I've heard leads me to conclude that the opposite is true. That, first of all, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, and somebody said this tonight too, there's no debate about the value of early childhood language acquisition and immersion. That's not the issue. We have a Spanish immersion program that will continue until it potentially gets to a point where it's no longer sustainable, but that's not where we are now with that. I think the district made a commitment to immersion, over a decade ago. And so I know that Chinese immersion is unique in some ways, and in other ways not, in terms of the value of that type of early bilingual education. And I think we've demonstrated over many years a long-term commitment and a big financial commitment to immersion, programs. And when you recommend a phase out that's going to cost conservatively $1.1 million plus, which nobody freak out because I'm not suggesting this, but I think we would actually be justified in talking about just ending the program. Nobody's saying that. I'm not saying that we should, but from a financial perspective, the recommendation to allow students who are currently in the program to complete the program is further demonstration of the commitment and the value. And so I think, I just think I don't think that's a valid criticism, that we don't value our families and our teachers and the type of education, or that we have an axe to grind.
Mm-hmm. On a somewhat related, separate but related note, and plus one to everything you just said there, Amy, I appreciate you bringing that up. Part of our strategic vision is creating global learners, right? At least one person brought that up this evening. Some people brought it up during the last meeting as well. I fully agree that immersion programs such as this, such as our Spanish immersion program as well, is one way of fostering global citizenship, but it by no means is the only way of fostering global citizenship. I continue, I've been deeply involved with the school district for 16, I think 17 actually, if I count accurately, years now. And I continue to discover new ways and continue to be impressed with how deeply and broadly we embed global citizenship throughout our curriculum. Digital citizenship, which you all here know my employer, and so digital citizenship is very important to me in my day job. Digital citizenship is one example of creating global citizens and career readiness, and life after CFSD. Our World Languages program, another example. Look at our high school literature offerings, where we get to the junior and senior levels, and there's very differentiated offerings there that, everything from medieval literature through to pop culture literature and everything in between. Just a few examples, I think, of how we create global citizenship and really deeply and broadly embed that throughout our curriculum. So no question there, just wanted to offer that observation. Thank you.
I had also written down our vision that somebody wrote about,
This is in no way a step away from our vision.
No.
It's
It's not.
from the mission that we've established with our
No.
strategic plan.
No, I don't think it is either.
I think you very eloquently, it's one way, and we still have this, we have the Spanish immersion way. We are not walking away from immersion. And we're certainly not walking away from our mission and our vision.
Agree. I'd like to ask you to speak briefly about the staffing, please. So somewhere, and for the life of me, I can't find it right now in the recommendation. I felt like I read it so many times I had it memorized, and now for the life of me, I can't find where it is. But there was an inclusion there of, and also verbally it was said as well, Cheryl, when you gave the presentation, of being able to rehome, so to speak, our immersion teachers throughout our schools. Can you just speak to that? How do you see that happening? Is it through normal annual attrition, for example, that provides those openings, or can you provide some comments on that, please?
We do have annual attrition. So all of our current Mandarin teachers are fully certified. They have a standard teaching certificate for either K3 or K8. So some of them can only teach in a K3 classroom, K through 3, or some of them can go to K8. So through natural attrition, every year at a school, even Sunrise Drive has had attrition over the last several years, more so the last several years than in years past. So if a teacher is leaving, the Mandarin teacher could go right into that spot. We also offer one-year contracts to our, or non-renewable contracts to our teachers' first year in the district. So no one would be offered a contract until our Chinese immersion teachers, because they have continuing status. Continuing status means they have the right to a contract. So they would be able to have a contract before we would offer a second year contract to a teacher. So the idea that they could fold right into a school, and probably Sunrise Drive, is very valid, that they could easily do that.
Thank you. And that's another reason why we suggested the phase out, because we have to find homes for less teachers each year than if we were to do it all at once, right? So it's easier to find a half-time position versus all 3.8.
Yeah, fair
in 1
point.
year.
And I really do appreciate and how thoroughly and holistically you're thinking about this challenge that we have, and it really shows your deep care and commitment to our students and to our teachers and staff. So thank you for that.
I know Cheryl has commented on her start with the program in 2012, and I actually started in 2012 too, because when I was the associate superintendent, I was the one who worked with all of the teachers on obtaining their visas. So I picked up teachers from the airport and drove them for their interviews and things like that. I mean, I was really embedded into the success of all of the teachers from the beginning in 2012 to the current. So I have deep relationships with those teachers too, which is why when we were going to be proposing this, I went with Andrea to talk to the teachers, because I have been deeply committed to the program and I have been involved, not to the level of the curriculum, but with the people of the program. So with the teachers of the program. And so that was very important to us, to maintain that, that relationship.
Along those lines of your overall knowledge, there were some questions about how the numbers were being portrayed, or how they were understood in some of these tables or in some of the overall presentation. You clarified much of that during the presentation, and I appreciate that. I just want to say, we all sit through budget discussions multiple times a year, and many of us have done it for many years, and I can't say that I'm the person that understands all the budget that, most. That would be other people on this board. But as long as I've been on this board, starting with Mary and continuing, not even continuing with you, Denise, but because you were always involved in those budget conversations as well, you know these numbers better than anyone. You know every bucket where the dollars come from. You know where they go. you know every line item on that budget. And you have never, in the 10 years that I've been on this board, you or your involvement as in the superintendent's office have ever done anything other than try to maximize every dollar for student programs and teachers. If I have heard one thing as an overarching message in every budget discussion, it is we never want to cut programs and classes or teachers. So I understand that some people hearing these presentations may not agree with the numbers or may have, but I believe you.
Thank you.
You know these numbers. And from my perspective, you have earned my deference to you on the numbers. So I just wanted to say that.
You're here. And as a public school district, continuing that note, which I fully agree with, thank you so much, Amy. As a public school district, can you speak briefly about the audit procedures, the fiscal audit procedures that are in place, just very, very briefly?
Very briefly, we are
always being audited.
The auditors come in and examine every aspect of our financial reporting, every single aspect. And they come not just once a year, but twice a year. And then we have an audit report, which will be forthcoming soon. And our audits are very clean. We are able to show where every dollar is going, and that we have procedures in place for all of our spending. So our audits are very clean, but they are a very thorough analysis of our financial systems.
Thanks.
It's always a source of pride.
Yes,
it is. No, because there are school districts, there was one recently that was like 11 million in the hole or something like that.
Went into receivership.
Yeah, they went into receivership. That would never happen here. Regarding I was going to add something about the financial piece, because obviously that's our main consideration for this discussion. And I can't remember what I was going to say, sorry.
Well, I think what was clear from our presentation was, I don't pretend to understand your scheduling models. Probably not even 45% do I understand your scheduling models, but I think what it brings home is that it's not as easy as taking a number and dividing it by the number of teachers and saying we're at capacity or we're being efficient, because there's just so much more that goes into that. And I think that was pretty clear from the presentation, because I understand when people are looking at our budgets and looking at just buckets of numbers and doing simple math equations, coming up with a completely different feel about the numbers and how they look. But when it gets applied in the real world, in the real classroom, in the real school, it looks completely different. And looking at the overall budget with M&O and capital, it looks much bigger than it is, because every single dollar that goes into public school financing has strings attached to it and barriers for different ways that you can spend this money. It's not like you have this big fat pool of money that you can do whatever you want to do with it. Tons of strings, tons of guidelines and rules that we are very, very careful to stay within. So I appreciated that part of the presentation, because I know scheduling and the scheduling model is really integral to why you came to this conclusion that you needed to make this recommendation.
But what I heard, which was taking that one step further, something that really bothers me, because I think our responsibility is to our school district as a whole. And to the extent that this creates inequities to other teachers and students in Sunrise Drive or in general, how it affects and impacts our place as a whole, I think we have a responsibility to avoid those kinds of inequities.
I think it's fair to say that
when it comes to resources, and I'm just talking about dollars and cents.
Microphone, babe.
I will get this at some point in time. Okay. That I don't believe our resources are going to be growing anytime soon. I mean, if I could only have a crystal ball, things would be a lot different for a lot of reasons. I think our resources are likely to, the best case, stay static in ensuing years. And to that end, part of the responsibility of being on this board is making hard decisions. And one of those hard decisions is trying to think forward to future years. How will the decisions I make today impact the future, and knowing what I know now and trying to extrapolate. And when I think about that, I think about how we need to spend those resources in the broadest, most beneficial way possible across the district, most equitable to all students that we can be. So when we talk about a niche program, it's, from the data and the tables that I saw, it's taking up more resources that are not being equitably distributed across not just Sunrise Drive, but likely across the district. And thinking in future years, I would not like to see that continue. And I don't know how to reconcile continuing a program where we don't think we're going to have resources to continually keep it going to the detriment of the rest of the district.
Yeah, and we did just hear at the last ASPA County meeting from the lobbyists that ASPA sends to the legislature that there will likely be no new money in 2026, 27.
Correct.
The legislature doesn't have the money to spend. It's been, the general fund has been drained for many, many reasons that are related to school choice and vouchers, and there will be no new money unless something major shifts in the predictions that they're using at the Joint Legislative Budget Committee at the state level. So, yeah, our budget conversation of this year is likely to be a repeat for next year.
Right, which will be a challenge to fund a compensation increase for our teachers.
Of course, when we talk teachers, we talk retention. We have that discussion
Very
every
awesome.
year as well of what can we do to keep the very talented teachers that we have employed by us. Jacqueline, to your point a minute ago, one of the numbers I can't really get past, when we saw the bar chart earlier of enrollment, and enrollment peaked at 205 in 2018-19. But if you take that enrollment number and you divide it by the number of grades that the program was offered in, the program peaked 3 years earlier. And the highest average enrolled per grade was in 2015-16 and has been declining.
What was that number?
37.5 was the highest, was the peak at 150 enrolled students spread across 4 grades. So
That's been 10 years of decline.
This 11 years ago was the peak of the program in terms of average enrolled per grade, and I think I don't see a way out of that. I don't see organic demand there to reverse that, and I think when we talk about things like equitable distribution of resources, you're absolutely right. I don't want you to be right. I'm also not to the degree that Cheryl is, but I'm a language nerd myself. It was my undergrad major, so I'm very, very attached to world languages, but the numbers are the numbers.
And to Gina's point, part of the responsibility of being on this board is we have to be good stewards to our community, and that means our community as a whole.
It does.
As painful as it may be.
It does. So I would like to ask, is there
any additional information that Dr. Bartlett, Ms. Westover, Ms. Castro feels that you would like to share with us this evening on this topic? Putting guardrails around it on this topic.
No, I mean, we have the presentation, the packet, all of the information that we've provided really speaks to the totality of our recommendation. I think we've provided you all of the information, one that we initially brought the first meeting, and then today with the additional information that you requested. But not just on a surface level, we went deep into that information. We really brought out, you asked us to look at the immersion switching over to the world language, and we really delved into all of those areas. I personally don't feel like I have more information to give for you to consider.
And as a corollary, do board members feel that you have the information that you need to make a decision tonight?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah. I do, but I just want to double check if there's anything that Ms. Westover or Ms. Castro wanted to share.
I think, this is heavy on all of us. This is not anything that we want to be doing tonight, not one person in this room. So I just, with our commitment to our families that we currently have and trying to finish the program out for those students that are enrolled, I think speaks loudly to where our priorities lie in terms of trying everything we can to make sure that they have a continuum of services and practices to complete the program. And I do think that should speak a lot to how much we value this program. That was all.
Thank you. Ms. Castro, is there anything else you wanted to offer this evening?
I don't have anything new to say other than just to reiterate that this is an extremely painful decision for many people in this room.
Yeah.
I understand the pain and the frustration.
Agree. Dr. Bartlett, I would like to go back to something that you just said. You talked about the meeting 2 weeks ago and this meeting this evening. However, to be abundantly clear, this is something that the administration has been looking into for a very long time, correct?
We have been analyzing, like we said, all the programs, but when the enrollment started to go down is when we've been looking at this every single year. Yes. Yeah. Since the enrollment started to go down. Well, even before the enrollment, I guess, because we said it's only 205, it's not 300, it was still not at the capacity that we wanted it to be. So we were looking, how are we growing it? We were talking about growing it, and then it became the concern of it's not growing, it's declining, and so that became our conversation.
So it's been years of effort.
Every year we look at it. Mm-hmm.
I know we are intimately involved with our numbers and our enrollments and our open enrollments and our staffing numbers. The numbers.
It's not just the numbers on this page, it's all the numbers that go with it. Staffing that's involved, and yes, we're looking at every aspect.
Understood. Madam President?
Anyone have any other questions to ask? Well, I'm going to assume that nobody wants to make this motion, so I'll do it.
I'm happy to do it.
Never do. I
I
never
will.
get to make a motion.
Okay. Okay.
Nobody wants to make this. We'll make this motion.
Okay.
I move that the governing board approve the gradual phase-out plan for the Mandarin Chinese immersion program as presented.
I second.
There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate everyone's attendance and comments. Thank you, Cheryl. Item 4.2 on our agenda is approval of revisions to policy GDFA, support staff qualifications and requirements. This is a third reading.
So sorry.
Sorry, Nicole. And I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
What you have going for you tonight is that it's 10:30.
Yeah. We might not ask you for a fourth reading.
Right.
I'm a little worried it might be going to a fourth right now.
I don't know, I don't think we've ever done that. This
Never
is an
say
action,
never.
this
Never
is
say
an action item for this evening. I'm like losing my mind already, sorry. Ms. Westover.
All right, so policy GDFA, support staff qualifications and requirements, fingerprint requirements, is revised to ensure that district procedures and fingerprint background checks and obtaining fingerprint clearance cards align with state law and current district practices. So following the second reading, the policy was refined to improve readability and clarity. Adjustments were made to the following areas. So there are 4 changes since reading 2. The word advance replaces assume in paragraph 4 for greater accuracy in terms of the financial element. The reference to exhibit GDFA E was clarified in paragraph 5. The statement regarding IVP fingerprint clearance card requirements was streamlined for improved readability, and the list of individuals required to hold an IVP fingerprint clearance card was reformatted and punctuated for clarity and consistency. And the revisions to the policy GDFA that were included were an addition of a new title section to indicate fingerprint background requirements. There was clarifying language to ensure consistent citations of exhibit GDFA-E. There was a new section specific to IVP fingerprint clearance cards stating that the district may require certain individuals to obtain an IVP card as a condition of employment. Trying to get through this. A detailed list of individuals required to obtain the IVP fingerprint clearance cards, including non-certificated employees providing direct services to students with or without certificated supervision, and the addition of a required employment process section at the conclusion of the policy for improved clarity and organization. And with that, I will take any questions on this policy.
I have none.
I have none.
Okay, great.
None.
Woohoo, we were making good motions.
Someone make a motion.
Given that I'm the one who held you up and for the
You
third
did not.
reading, I feel like I
Go
should
ahead.
make the
Group
motion
effort.
here. I move that the governing board approve the revisions to policy GDFA, supports staff qualifications and requirements as presented. Second?
Was that, who said
Didn't
that?
get in there too quickly
Thank
enough.
you.
It's
There's
on.
been a second and a motion and a second. Oh my God. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a beautiful fingerprint product.
Dr. Bartlett, 4.3 is approval of revisions to policy JLC, Student Health Services and Requirements.
Yes, so this is the second reading, and after the first reading of the policy, there were no recommended changes. But what this policy really does is that it revises Arizona Revised Statutes, which requires districts to provide which requires districts that provide routine healthcare services to students to provide healthcare credentials to parents who request them. That's the crux of this. Additionally, it requires districts to provide emergency response training information upon request to a parent or legal guardian, but it does not require the school district to release personally identifiable information of the school employee or healthcare providers. So those were the changes. There's 3 bulleted statements that were added that address those 3 things, and then the date of the policy adoption was changed to tonight, if you so choose.
You want a third reading?
Please.
Any questions?
No
You ask for a third reading once and you never hear the end of
I
it.
know. It's pretty straightforward.
I'll go ahead and move if you're ready.
Go right ahead.
I move the governing board approve the revisions to policy JLC, Student Health Services and Requirements as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And Dr. Bartlett, again, approval of revisions to policy JLCD, medicines, administering medicines to students.
Yes, again, we had our first reading of this policy on October 14th, and there were no additional recommended revisions. Essentially, the Senate Bill 1440 amended several Arizona revised statutes to replace the term epinephrine auto-injectors with epinephrine delivery systems.
Because there's a spray now.
Yes,
Yeah.
so they're just called delivery systems, and we made that change 8 times in the policy. We added AAC, which is the Arizona Administrative Code. We added that before R72-809 twice, and we added ARS once before 36-2267, and then the legal references were added at the end of the policy, and again, the date was changed to tonight's board meeting for adoption.
Questions? Motion? Questions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the governing board approve the revisions to policy JLCD, medicines, administering medicines to students, as presented.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, item 5.1, we have a report.
It is a report. It's kind of a short report, actually, for this year.
All right, 5.1, sorry, let me just introduce it, because it's our annual bond and capital override report. Dr.
Yes. So we are required to hold a public meeting each year between September 1st and October 31st to update the governing board and community about the progress of capital improvements.
It's not a public hearing, it's a
No,
public
just a
meeting.
public meeting. Public
Right,
meeting.
okay.
About the capital improvements financed through our bonds or overrides. So in November of '22, CFSD voters authorized $38.5 million in school improvement bonds for capital improvements across the district. In April of 2023, the first issuance was sold for $14,956,400. And then in May of 2025, the second issuance was sold for $12,947,300. So the chart below, I'm going to have to explain it to you because you're going to ask me, why do we have a balance in our first issuance and we're spending our second issuance, right? So the first column is what the expenditures for the first issuance of our bond. So actual expenditures in the fiscal year of 23 was only $1,260,632. So then we had a balance of $13,695,000 going into fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 24, we spent $9,998,443. So we had a balance of $3 million. Well, then we sold. So then we had actual expenditures of $3,521,000 in fiscal year 25. But we also sold. We had a new issuance. Sold a new issuance for fiscal year 25. So we have a balance for the first issuance because we're trying not to cross projects between bond issuances. So so if we have a project of 50,000, we'll take it from this first one.
sense.
We're trying not to have a bond project cross into 2 issuances.
What's the implication of having it cross into 2 different issuances?
There's no legal implication. I think it's a financial. I think it's an accounting
Reporting?
issue.
Accounting, reporting?
It's an accounting issue that we just try not to do that. So that's why we have a balance. And then in fiscal year 25, we've only spent $424,000 because this is for the last year. So we didn't sell the issuance until May. So we only had from May until July to spend this issuance. That's why that issuance is so low.
Got it.
Okay, and the list of projects that we completed is at the end for you to see. That is not the complete list of projects that are completed this school year. So
As of today.
As of July 1 this year, like the Canyon View painting project was completed, all of those things. But it's not on this list because it wasn't completed by June 30th of 2025. Okay? So, well, we also have capital override, Mrs. Castro. So in November of 2022, we also approved $2 million of capital outlay overrides for technology, equipment, and software, teaching and learning resources, and infrastructure. $2 million were designated for fiscal year '24 and each fiscal year thereafter through fiscal year '30. We intentionally plan for carryover funds in order to continue our technology support for teachers and students, as well as to fund instructional materials and resources for curriculum revisions. So we always have that, we don't spend all of our money because we know we're gonna have a new lease, we're gonna have new curriculum materials, and that's where this come from. So you can see in fiscal year '24, we had $2 million, we had $4 million in carryover, so we had $6 million. We spent $3 million, so we had a balance of that $2 million.
So that 4 million was the carryover balance from a total of
Mrs. Castro?
14 million, right? Because it was 7 years at 2 million apiece. That's the cumulative carryover from 14 million bucks, it sounds like to me. Or I'm trying to understand that
The
number.
carryover of the 4 million.
In 2024?
Yeah, it's a
Because
carryover
the
from
previous
override
override
3.
ended.
Yes.
So that was 7 years at 2 million apiece. It was
Correct.
14 million total, and we managed to carry over 4 million. of it.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Then in fiscal year '25, we had another 2 million. We had carryover of 2 million. And then our subtotal was 4 million, and we spent 1.4 million so far. So we do have a balance right now, or if we have a balance from the last fiscal year. And
Yeah,
these
because
are
we're
the-
now in 26, and so now that's going to be a $3 million carryover for 26.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct. But you can see the projects that override 4 is funding. So these are, we do 2 of the 4 lease payments. We did that in the 23-24 school year. So the 2 of the 4 lease payments for devices and charging cards to support classroom instruction. Library subscriptions. We do allocations for each school for purchase of library books, web-based software programs, high school social studies textbooks and ebooks as part of our social studies revision. The robots for grades 6 through 8, computer science, equipment, software, and supplies to support day-to-day management of technology and infrastructure. Then in the 24-25, we did for the 3 of 4 lease payments instead. All of the other things that we funded through this override is the same as we did in 23-24, with the exception of the 3rd of the 4th lease payment is what we made it out of this one. But so we always do the lease payments first. Those are the big dollars that we spend from our capital override. Then you can see the bond projects. So this was the completed list from 22 in the yellow. And the bond projects completed between July 1 of 24 and June 30 of 25. Completed. We purchased all the remaining buses. And we did 2 passenger minibuses and 1 passenger van. So those were vehicles. At the high school, we completed the construction of the guitar and orchestra building. We replaced the high school track and the high school track shed. We installed irrigation improvements and planters at Orange Grove. We finished campus security upgrades at Esperero, Orange Grove, and Ventana Vista. We also replaced roof hip shingles. I'm not sure what roof hip shingles
What's
are.
a roof hip? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, those edges on the.
Okay. At Ventana Vista, we added a new play structure on the playground. We added the new sails structures outside in the front of the building. And we installed new irrigation system and an ADA sidewalk from the Southwest Ramada. And at Canyon View, we installed ADA sidewalk connection to the Ramada. We have lots more projects that have started on, that are continuing from July 1, and we'll report that next October for this fiscal year.
Go ahead, Eileen.
I was just going to, do we ever do any kind of advertising on, and maybe it's not a good idea, but it's supposed to be a public hearing, and obviously this, not hearing, meeting.
Meeting.
It's 11 o'clock at night.
I know, I
And
know.
No member of the public is here unless they have to be.
at 11 o'clock
We
at
have
night.
6 people online, though.
It's on the
We
website.
do have, do we still have some folks online?
We have a bond page
There's a
on our
bond page on the
website.
website. It's
Yeah,
great.
that's true. We do have the
It's
bond
great.
page on the
I have
website, but
written
people have to
about
look
it.
for that.
I've written about it in the Desert Leaf.
Yeah.
We try to get this out as much as we can. We have the signs on our buses thanking
Yeah.
our voters for things. So that's kind of how we've promoted our projects.
Yep.
Question, comment, concern?
I'd like to do more, but I think that kind of falls under Julie, kind of part of what Julie is doing with her community-oriented initiative.
Mhm.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. When is the next bond and override vote?
This is
Well, we still have one
27.
issuance left, so we will sell the issuance, I'm assuming in the spring of '26.
The 27th.
The 20.
The 27, we could potentially, 27 or 28 is when I think they have us going out for a new bond, but we could potentially go earlier.
when you say when they have us going out.
Stiefel, our
Stiefel.
our bond consultants.
But I recall there being some reason that you started earlier
Yes.
in case you have to.
Do a second election.
Yes, you have to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 27 is probably more likely because 28 would be the latest, it sounds
Yes.
like.
Yes.
That'll be early for the override.
Yes. The override is up through 30.
We have
so
through
we wouldn't
30.
do that till
What do we, I'm trying to remember, is our practice to go ahead and throw the override in with the, or we have to wait for this to expire?
you don't have to wait for it to expire.
Because you could go out in 28 for both
You could.
and just, it would start in 28 and go another 7 years.
Yes.
And you'd be restructuring, obviously.
Right.
Because I know that in the past, the calculation has been manpower and one election after another asking for money.
Right.
Maybe combining them both
Correct.
in 1 year is the better thing to do.
And there's a cost to being on the ballot.
Absolutely,
It's
yeah,
40,000.
there's definitely a
Yeah,
cost
it's
of being on the
cost, very
ballot.
expensive.
Yeah.
Got to get people to man Friends of CFSD and the whole
Right.
shebang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that report.
Welcome.
It's nice to see some of the things that I toured
Yes.
on the
Yeah.
campuses.
Oh, yeah.
Recognize some of those.
And as you pointed out, we couldn't do any of this without the support of our community.
Right.
We really couldn't. They have supported us in the projects, and which is why we're able to maintain our facilities and purchase new buses and vehicles to transport our students. So it is because of our community voting yes that we're able to do this. So we're very thankful.
We are. Alrighty. Next item is 5.2, Arizona School Boards Association Pima County meeting that was held on October 22nd, 2025. I was in attendance along with Eileen and Jacqueline and Dr. Bartlett.
Well, we voted for a county director.
Yep.
And it was, Chris King was reelected from Vail School District.
It probably helped that both of his opponents said, I didn't know you were running it. If I knew you were
Yeah,
running it, I
right,
wouldn't run.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, I know.
It was very funny.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
pretty funny. And then there was a presentation from ASBATE on their insurance. It was a sales pitch.
Oh, yeah, I have all the materials.
Oh, we had two of our board members who received awards.
Yes?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, we
We had two board
Thank you.
members who received awards for their ongoing professional
And
learning.
Jacqueline won $50.
No, it was $5.
It was $5?
No way.
It was $50.
It was a $5 Starbucks gift card.
I
Aw.
thought it was $50 Amazon.
I could have sworn they said a $50
I know.
Amazon
That's
gift
what I
card.
thought.
That
So
is
As my
exactly-
daughter pointed out to me, $5 is still
You get a
It
cup of
is.
coffee. That
It
is
is.
funny.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, though, I don't think there's anything on the Starbucks menu for $5.
I don't think so, but okay.
Drip coffee,
It's
so
still
my husband
nice.
will benefit.
Well, congratulations to Tom and Jacqueline for being
Yes.
recognized for your professional
Continued education.
education.
Yes. Your professional development.
And then there was also a brief presentation, Eileen, you mentioned it earlier in the discussion.
Lobbyist, the new lobbyist who's replacing Chris Cotterman. And I have to say, I was impressed with both him and
I
his
was
staff
too.
member, neither of which names I can remember.
Lupe Castro.
But they were very, very enthusiastic. They seemed pretty knowledgeable, and they looked like
It engendered some confidence that
Yeah,
they knew what they were
absolutely.
doing, and
that was
they were very
nice.
energetic,
That's nice.
Yes.
which was nice.
They were.
And we did some activity, I don't know.
Yeah, we
Did
did
do some table
networking.
talk?
We sat with the JTED.
Oh,
the
yeah,
board
that
from
was nice
JTED.
sitting with the JTED folks.
So they are interested in coming for a visit
For a
and a
tour.
tour of our
yes.
JTED
JTED stuff.
programs. And
Yes,
they mentioned something about having joint
Board meetings.
board
Board
meetings
meeting.
every 2 years with partner districts.
We should be coming up again
should be
here
coming up.
relatively soon. I don't remember how long ago it was, but.
But
But
we did,
if you're interested in a tour, I can arrange for us to go down and
I
tour.
would love to
See
tour.
Bridges?
Tour the
Oh, it's so
bridges.
great.
Okay.
It is
Bridges
really
is
great.
fantastic. That tour is
It's
great.
great.
Yeah,
I would be
I
super
can-
jazzed.
I can arrange that.
That tour is fantastic.
Yes.
So good. They also have an open day every spring
Yes.
that you might want to go to. That's really cool too, where the kids have like booths outdoors and they demonstrate like what they're learning. So like the culinary kids are cooking for you, and the EMT kids are doing resuscitations on the dummy, or CPR on the dummy and things like that. So that's definitely worth going to as well.
It was a good meeting.
It was.
It was.
Sorry,
Although
missed
we,
the presentation.
yeah, we can, I
We
mean,
missed the performance at the beginning because both Amy and I, who rode together, had the wrong time on our calendars.
It was a beautiful performance. It was their choir, one of their ensemble choirs, who had just gotten back I think Monday they were up in Phoenix, and they got a
Superior with distinction.
Superior
Which
with
is the
distinction.
highest.
Very nice.
The highest
great.
rating you
Yeah.
can get.
So it was
Which school
very-
district was that?
Flying Wells.
Like,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Nice.
It's out so I don't forget. Sorry.
is there any
Don't disrupt.
Arizona legislative governmental activity news to discuss?
Well, just going back on what the lobbyist and.
Yep.
I had asked a question about, what legislation.
Yeah.
He made some points about how next year is an election. It's always every other year is always an election year for the legislature. But next year is also an election year for the governor and a whole host of other superintendent of public instruction, the whole slate. So his opinion seemed to be that more focus would be placed on getting out of session so that they could run, because you cannot.
Oh, interesting.
Be in session and run.
Be in session and.
So,
We might get
so maybe we
budget
get a
numbers
budget
before
before.
we-
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Never know.
Might get a budget in a timely manner. That would be,
Stranger things have happened. They want to campaign.
that would be
yes.
nice. Yeah, oh yeah, brought my handy dandy. I guess we covered everything.
So that also ties into item 5.3.
Item 5.
There you go.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Anything else on 5.3, Arizona legislative governmental activity? Agenda planning tomorrow is Jacqueline and myself, 10 o'clock, in person or remote? What are you doing?
I'm fine with in person if you.
Okay, yeah, I like in person better. Is that fine with you, Denise?
It is.
Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that one.
There's been a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're adjourned at 11 p.m. Thank you all for this.